Closed session agenda. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Personnel Matter, conference with labor negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations.
Before we adjourn to closed session, is there any public comment? Seeing none, we'll adjourn to closed session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Madam Clerk.
Report of closed session. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Personnel Matter, conference with labor negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations. There was no reportable action taken.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk.
Announcements. This is a time for board members and county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public.
Is there any announcements by the board supervisors or staff? Madam Clerk, you have an announcement?
I just wanted to report out that for the county employees' Halloween festivities, we had a great turnout and great response from employees and great participation. But the greater issue is that we donated money and food to the food bank, and I wanted to provide the totals. We provided or donated 963 pounds of food and $1,490 in cash.
Oh, thank you. Any further announcements? The board chair would like to recognize one of our attendees. We'd like to recognize Zero McDaniel from the Calaveras County School Board. Thank you for attending. Madam Clerk.
Item 2 is from Public Works to adopt a proclamation declaring November 12th through 18th, 2017 as National Recycling Week in Calaveras County.
Good morning, Board. Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. And with me, I've got Natalie Sauerland. She is our IWM Recycling Coordinator. Been on board now for
3 months.
3 months, and starting to gain some real traction. She'll talk about the handout, and she's going to talk a little bit about National Recycling Week. One thing I want to mention before she gets into her positive stuff is I want to deliver the negative stuff. I hate to do it, but diversion, which is recycling or repurposing of materials that are in the solid waste stream, is really a commodity. So we have 7 types of plastic. Number 1s are the ones that you get CRV value for, 5 cents. Plastics 2 through 7 are different types of plastics that don't have a CRV value. And in today's market, we are paying recyclers to take in those 2 through 7s. And we do not get money for the number 1s. And it's pretty much that way across the board of everything that we are being asked to divert, that the highest return on diverted or recycled materials today right now is cardboard. That may very well change later in the year, because the commodities price on these are based upon, of course, demand and, of course, cost to recover. we can bale cardboard into very heavy, large bales, load them on a flatbed truck, haul them off to recycler, and make repurposed paper out of them or repurposed cardboard out of them and turn a profit. For most other items, with the exception of aluminum and steel, we can't turn a profit on these, so it will be a cost. It will always be a cost. So at the same time, we are mandated by state law to ever increase the volume of materials that are diverted from the landfill. And those are based upon numbers or volumes that went into the landfill when AB 939 was passed in 1989, through several years after that. Calaveras County reached a diversion rate of just over 65% for 2016, which is the highest it's ever been in Calaveras County. By 2020, the state has a statewide target for 75%. And as I would think most of you know, you can get that first 60 to 70% pretty or easier, but that last 10 to 15 or even 4, 5, 3% is going to get harder and harder. We have to change the hearts and minds of our citizenry and our businesses to be able to have a successful diversion program. And last thing I want to say is don't ever expect that it's a moneymaker, because it's not. You're hoping that you make enough money on, say, cardboards or steel, that it will defray the cost it costs us to do the processing and recycling on all the other goods that we're diverting out of our landfill. Questions on this? Good enough. Let me introduce Natalie. Thank you.
Hi, Ann.
Thank you, Jeff. Good morning, everybody. My name is Natalie Sauerland. I am the recycling coordinator for Calaveras County. So the recycling rate in the United States has been steadily increasing for the past 30 years, but still we are creating 4.4 pounds of waste per person per day. So Calaveras County is striving to increase their recycling and decrease their waste. Yet some of the challenges that residents and also employees of the county face is a lack of access, a lack of awareness, and of course a lack of motivation to properly recycle. There's also confusion about what can be recycled, where to recycle it, and additionally, recycling campaigns tend to be unengaging. Recently, in modern society, people are thinking that recycling is not even an issue anymore, when in fact it is. So recycling has many benefits, which can lead to a more sustainable community. So in an effort to educate and engage our county about recycling and to achieve that higher rate of recycling and diversion, I am pleased that the Board of Supervisors of Calaveras County will be declaring that National Recycling Week will be November 12th through the 18th, 2017. So this week is meant to be a time to create awareness about recycling, and education is, of course, key to increasing recycling in the county. So in front of you, you do have a lot of information about recycling, a refrigerator magnet, so you can put that anywhere you like, and it'll help remind you what actually does go into your recycling bin, which is a lot more than what many of you might assume. There's also a plastic bag, and that is for recycling of batteries, and you can take those directly out to the landfill, or if you do have Cal Waste Service, you can put that on your bin and they'll take care of that for you, because we do want to keep those batteries out of the landfill. Additionally, you do have two flyers. One is to educate you about how to recycle in an office, and then the second flyer is how to recycle at home. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions by the board? Seeing none, we have a proclamation. It's a proclamation declaring November 12th through the 18th of 2017 as National Recycling Week in Calaveras County. Whereas, recycling is an integral part of keeping unnecessary waste out of the Rock Creek Solid Waste Facility in Calaveras County. And whereas education regarding proper recycling is essential to waste reduction in Calaveras County. And whereas recycling is a key component in modern waste reduction, and whereas it is in the public interest of the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the county to gain knowledge of maintaining a progressive interest in and understanding the importance of recycling and reducing waste in Calaveras County. And whereas America Recycles Day, November 15th, my birthday, is a day which was created to raise awareness about recycling and the purchasing of recycled products in the USA. Do we have any discussion? Any public comment on this?
Marty Crane. I'm on the county school board, and we focus on recycling all the time, but I'm going to give them a call and give them a renewed effort on that for this week. So thank you for the reminder. And Chair Oliveira, be careful. We might recycle you.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Be careful. We might recycle you on your birthday and give you more duties. You never know. But I was hoping that in the interest of education and awareness, I was wondering if they might explain the little triangular recycle emblem that's on the bottom of so many items. We recently had a wonderful presentation by Cal Waste, and they addressed that. So I was hoping that they might address that. It doesn't always mean you can recycle it. So, thank you.
Good morning, Bonnie Newman. I had one question when Mr. Kravitz was talking about 65% of what? Are we talking about of the total of everything that's thrown away? 60% of what are we talking about? And then I had some thoughts about maybe how to promote recycling. Everybody in Calaveras County gets a tax notice, perhaps some kind of flyer in their tax that they look forward to getting in the mail that they could also see. And then I was thinking, you know, we're talking about environmental awareness, keeping waste down. Maybe we should or could combine recycling into a campaign of anti-littering. Because I'm telling you, when I walk down the roads and pick up litter, there's a lot of recycles down there too. And if we could create awareness around all of those issues, I think we'd have a better handle on what goes into the dump and what we end up seeing trash in our highways in Calaveras County. So I think it's important to remember that the whole thing is about environmental awareness and having a smaller impact on our planet. So the only question I had was about that, what percentage?
Okay. Thank you, Bonnie. Morning, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning, Board. My father, in 1958, when we bought a chicken ranch, recycled chicken cages, recycled chicken manure, recycled feed bins, recycled dead chickens. We never threw anything away that could be used again. It sat there, and it was used again. It was repurposed. Then all of a sudden we have an environmental problem in the 70s. And we start charging money for cans, money for bottles, money for, used to get a nickel, 2 pennies for a Coke bottle. You could almost go down there with a 6-pack and get another Coke and a bag of peanuts. It was kind of fun. But now we have more plastic in our landfills than we can recycle. Why don't we create a ordinance that says all packaging in Calaveras County must be recyclable, period, whatever it may be? Not a darn thing can go into that dump other than what you would compost. It could be done, very simply. We don't need all that extra packaging and trash that we drag home every day. We could get your meat wrapped in a paper like it used to come from the butcher shop. Paper's recyclable. It's washable. It could be made out of hemp, too. It could be made out of, well, all kinds of things. Recycled paper, recycled hemp paper. It's hard to say, but I think we go round and round and round. I noticed when we spoke about indivisibility, we've been divided in this county for the last year and a half, and yet cannabis has been here for 20 years, but we're still divided. Anyway, recycling, we should recycle, every one of us. Every one of us should have a compost bin for their garden, for their lawn. What's the matter with throwing your garbage in a black box and letting it dissolve and the flies and the bugs have dinner? Nothing. Nothing. And it grows great. Makes great vegetables, tomatoes, cucumbers, whatever else. Anyway, yeah, we should recycle.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning. I'm Sarah McDaniel. I didn't know that this was going to be on the agenda, but I'm excited to hear about it. I'd like to invite the board to possibly enter into some kind of discussion with our schools to be partners in things like this and other things. I know at Calaveras Unified, we have gardens at every school. We have compost piles at every school. We recycle. And one of the things that we're trying to do, and I'm personally pushing for, is to recycle more of our waste, by separating it and putting it in our gardens and that kind of thing. So we can save on our waste bills. So anyway, thank you for doing this, and I hope maybe I can talk to any one of you about doing something about a partnership, at least not formally, but work together on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further public comment on the proclamation? Mr. Krovis, maybe you could answer a question or two brought up during the public comment period. What does the triangle stand for?
Yeah, so the triangle is on recyclable items. Typically, it will have a number in it. That means that items can be recycled. If the triangle is on an item and it does not have a number, that might also mean that that item came from another product. So it was recycled into a new product.
Oh, thank you.
It depends on what it is. Yeah, it depends on what it is.
Okay.
If it's paper, it can be recycled. If it's a plastic, yes, it can be recycled.
Thank you. And Mr. Krovis, second question, 65% factor? That was brought up, I believe Bonnie brought that up. What's the 65%? What was your actual question, Bonnie? Okay.
So the 65% number it has two meanings. Under AB 939, which was the watermark legislation for diversion and recycling in the state of California, there were tiered requirements after a certain number of years where entities operating landfills were supposed to hit a 50% reduction, a 65% reduction, a 75% reduction. And so the point that I made is that Calaveras County as an entity hit our 65% mark in the 15-16 year, or was it 16-17? I believe it was 15-16.
Thank you.
And then the last thing is that we partner with Cal Waste, the curbside recycling in the county, and we're hoping that Mary Beth, their education officer, would be here, but she's ill today. But there is a lot of outreach to schools and businesses that we do, and we hope to do a whole lot more moving into the future now that Natalie's starting to get her track shoes on and her cleats digging into the soil.
Excellent. I actually dealt with Cal Waste and Mary Beth, and she's an excellent resource for schools or businesses. Ms. Daniels, we will have the opportunity to have a conversation, and I'll make sure that you get Mary Beth's contact information. Any further?
We've left some of the flyers that we handed out up on the dais today here on the podium and also out on the table in the foyer.
Okay. Ms. Crane? Would you please come to the microphone?
So first I want to say Mary Beth started her life in recycling in the Valley Springs community, little fairy tale garden many years ago. She's wonderful. But on the triangle, you say that if there is no number, then it has come from something recycled. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So if there is no number, that means it was made from something, it was recycled from something else. If there is a number, and how many numbers are there and what does that mean? That means that it can be recycled, right? All the numbers? Correct. So if there's a number in there, you can recycle it. So once it's been recycled from something else, can it be re-recycled again?
Yes, and it does depend on the product.
Okay.
Excellent.
For
Thank you.
example, glass can be recycled continuously.
Over and over and over again.
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to give up my stupid plastic bottle. I'm sorry.
Now you owe me one, Marty. Ladies and gentlemen, after public comment on the proclamation, I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims November 12th through the 18th, 2017 as National Recycle Week in the County of Calaveras. We call upon all citizens and civil organizations to acquaint themselves with the proper recycling practices and the importance of the reduction of waste entering our landfill in the county. It is in the best interest of all who reside in the county and generate waste to make every effort to recycle. Thank you.
Thanks, thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
My name is Bob Toynbee. I reside in the Diamond 20 subdivision of Copperopolis, and I'm a member of the CSA 4 Advisory Committee. The Board of Supervisors delegated the administration of CSAs formed for the purpose of road maintenance to the Director of Public Works. And in my opinion, Public Works...
Bob, point of order here. That is an agenda item?
This is not an agenda item.
Okay.
It is not on the agenda item, sir?
This is not an agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll continue until we can make that determination. Please continue.
Oh, very well. Anyway, in my opinion, Public Works has been derelict in meeting their responsibilities. CSA 4 revenue is approximately $62,000 a year annually. This is in your 17-18 budget. And we expect this money will be used to maintain our roads. But yet we're finding that about 27% of that money is going to go to A87 charges, Public Works administration charges, and road and bridge maintenance charges. So these charges are levied regardless of any road work is done or not within the CSA. And personally, I think this is outrageous. I'm disappointed by the lack of road improvement and maintenance within our community, by the lack of a maintenance plan. There's no plan. Brush needs to be removed from alongside the roadways.
Sir, I'm going to interrupt you here at
Yes.
this point. We are talking about Diamond 20, Area 4, County Services for the rehabilitation of Sulky Court. That's item 25. Is this in relationship to that item?
No, it is not.
Okay, I'll let you continue.
Thank you. Potholes need filling, roads need rehabilitation, washouts need to be repaired. Yet very few of these tasks have been done in the last fiscal year, even though the CSA has a reserve of about $300,000. We've seen some long-range weather forecasts predicting the upcoming winter is going to be cold and wet. Segments of 2 of our roads are subject to flooding, posing a threat of stranding a number of our neighbors. Improvements to these segments were requested earlier this year to minimize the effect of potential flooding, yet no action has been taken, and as a consequence, potential storm damage will be expensive to repair. We brought these concerns to the attention of the Director of Public Works and the staff, yet action hasn't been taken on any of these items. We have the money to perform preventive maintenance, but we cannot afford to replace deteriorating roads. Public Works is placing us in a tenuous position by not performing these necessary preventive maintenance measures. We pay a CSA road assessment fee every year for which we expect the roads in our community to be maintained and improved. We expect the execution of an annual maintenance plan. We expect a capital improvement plan, and yet these expectations are not being met. I bring this to your attention so that you will direct Public Works to fulfill their responsibility to our CSA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Virginia Franklin, and I have been in contact with Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Oliveria, I stopped and spoke to you on the sidewalk a number of months back. Mr. Lutz has been so gracious as to meet with me personally. I would like due process. I have an issue with the planning department that I have been timely and requesting a hearing with the planning commission. It's been refused. I abated of my own volition, at my own expense, a marijuana grow on my property in September of 2016. I had no cooperation from the planning department in trying to accomplish that. I did it with the sheriff, and I did it with a restraining order with Superior Court. Peter Maurer has refused to acknowledge that and accept it, and had kept me as a licensed and registered grow site up until July of this year. That's almost a year past the date that I abated. I did it, it cost me a lot of money. The people who were on there were criminals. It was a failed experiment. I thought I could make it work. I couldn't, so I abated them. I need to have a due process hearing regarding Peter Maurer's refusal to accept the date of my abatement. And so this is the only other option that I have, is to ask you gentlemen to please help me get on the calendar for 5 fair and impartial people to hear my evidence while it's being recorded. I'd like due process. I have a constitutional right to it. Any comments?
Ma'am, we don't comment during
Okay.
public comments.
So where do I go from here? No answer?
We can't comment on public comment, ma'am.
Okay,
Sorry.
well, I also asked to be on the agenda, and I was not able to get that accomplished at this point. I'd like due process. I want to know how I could get due process.
I would recommend seeking an attorney and finding that process, ma'am.
It's in your ordinance that when an administrative decision is made,
Ma'am, we're not going to discuss it here.
where can I
I believe
discuss
your time's
it?
up. Thank you.
It's not up, but
Thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen, again. My name is Bill Wilson, Vietnam era veteran, husband to a registered marijuana cannabis grower in this county. Mr. Tofinelli, a couple of weeks ago, in the ban light, you come up with a new plan to not completely ban, but let's just make 50 legal growers out of 500 that are in process. When I read the ordinance, and I read the ordinance again, it says that the reason for regulating cannabis in Calaveras County is to eliminate illegal, non-compliant, unregistered grows. How does that plan that you came up with eliminate one? Just one. Tell me how it does that. I cannot fathom how that proposal gets rid of one when you eliminate almost 90% of those that are legally registered. Even out of the 187 that have been permitted and made it through the whole process, you get rid of 137 of those if 50 of those are able to move from wherever they may be or are actually on a, 50-acre parcel with possible 500-foot setbacks and can't be seen from satellite view, and I don't know what some of the other ones were. I'm sorry I didn't bring that with me. I think I should have. Not one illegal, non-compliant grow that the sheriff identifies at least 600 along with code compliance. That's more than even the people now left in the program. To possibly 1,200 are going to be eliminated in that. And I just cannot quite understand that. Doesn't make any sense. Also, with your proposal, everybody in the program is now going to be blocked from gaining state licensing. When we're blocked by state licensing, it means we're not going to be able to sell the product we grew this year in the legal market. I guess we'll just come and pay that cannabis tax with cannabis. Is that a good idea? We could all just bring it down and give it to the county, and the county could sell it at what the sheriff says it's worth, because he sure is way over what the market value is right now in his estimates. I just don't understand. I can't fathom where you gentlemen are coming from when you start doing stuff like that.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Further public comment?
Yeah, Trent Fiorino, District 1.
Good morning.
And I just wanted to come up and mention how much I appreciated the work that my supervisor did in presenting regulations that he presented. He knows that we were kind of at odds at times. In fact, he mentioned me, not by name, but as the pastor that threatened him.
There we go.
I accept that, but I'm not here to threaten him today. A lot of people don't know I also worked in special inspections. I did environmental testing and special inspections on construction. I worked for a lab that we did testing on metals and things that he talked about. So when he brought his stack of regulations, very familiar with those because I worked from one of the labs that did that testing. And very impressed that my supervisor did the homework he did. And I just wanted to thank you and tell you how much I appreciated that. I don't necessarily agree with you 100%, because you know him for a ban. But I think what you presented as far as regulation, I think is very sound. And a lot of homework went behind it. And I just wanted to get up here and not threaten you, but tell you I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Wilson.
Good morning, Board. What a beautiful morning this was. If you were lucky enough to stand at the top of a mountain and look out over this valley and see the fog laying in the valley, it was magical. It looked like maybe something out of a fairy tale. We're standing at a very dangerous spot, though. Our Butte County is another beautiful county. If you've ever had the opportunity to visit there, it is beautiful. There was a man there that was shot and killed back in August because he can no longer grow medicine for his daughter, who is an autistic daughter. It upset him that he was banned. Granted, he should not have threatened law enforcement and people like that, but he was upset. He's trying to take care of his family. What's going to happen here? What's going to happen in this county if it is banned? Because there are people in this county that are trying to take care of their family, and they have children that are in need of the medicine. I hope there are no killings here over marijuana. It is in your hands to protect the people, the citizens of this county, and those children. Now, the doctors have already said, we don't care if you use it recreationally or medically. It's all medicine. They would have had that stance way back in 1937 had the government not changed the name from cannabis to marijuana, and had the doctors had an opportunity to know what they were doing to them and to the people of this United States. I don't want to see anybody come in here like they did in a past meeting, upset because their child may have to go without their medicine, the thing that keeps them from having seizures. I don't want to see anybody get killed over it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie, I believe you're going to be speaking. Okay.
Still morning. Good morning. Recognizing in one of my old lady magazines, it might be AARP or something, that November is National Family Care Providers Appreciation Month. What is a family care provider? I'll tell you what it is. It's someone that finds themselves suddenly caring for a family member who's sick, injured, disabled, or elderly, who often sacrifices their career, their friends, their relationships, sometimes their marriages, sometimes their own health, in order to care for someone that they care about. In Calaveras County, it costs an average of $1,200 a month to keep someone safely in their home, as opposed to $4,000 to $5,000 a month in a facility. The savings are enormous. At the beginning of this year, I told you all about a story of our former President Barack Obama spending a day in the life of a home care worker. I'm coming out with a very different perspective of what that work is. Last month, one of our legislators, Gavin Newsom, spent 8 hours walking in the shoes of a home care worker, and his bottom line was, I'll never look at that the same way again. Now, I challenged all of you all to contact someone in your district and walk in their shoes for 4 to 8 hours. Spend a day in the life of a home care worker, because we're going to be asking you to make decisions about how we live our lives. I don't think any of you have done that. If you have, I'd like to hear about it. And knowing someone who's disabled is not the same as providing in-home care services for that person. So I'm reissuing the challenge. You've already had 11 months. See if you can find someone in your district, and if you can't, I can. And you spend 4 hours walking in their shoes. You might have a whole different perspective about minimum wage workers, why we do the work we do, and why we can't be held back. You're also going to be asked, I'm sure, facing some kind of dilemma of how to fund this program. How important do you think it is to keep someone in their home as opposed to a facility where average length of life is 13 months? That's all you get. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Good morning, Mr. McManus.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board. I just want to go back a little bit and kind of go over some recent history. About 6 weeks ago, we all gathered in San Andreas at the Town Hall for an extended Planning Commission meeting. I can tell you we spent 2.5 very painful days going through ordinances that the Planning Commission was going to send to you. On the second day, a new plan came through. First of all, we had the board plan that was considered and passed or recommended. And then we had what I called the lattice regulatory scheme that was interjected into that. We had to listen to all that. It was all debated. The Planning Commission decided to boot both of them back to you with an equal recommendation. A couple weeks ago, we had a meeting scheduled here at the board, and on the agenda were to discuss those items that had come back from the Planning Commission. However, before the discussion could get started, we had yet another plan emerge, which we call the Tofanelli regulatory scheme. It was new to us, and we had to go through it. And before that item was finished, well, actually, it never was finished. After we heard the list of requirements from Supervisor Tofanelli, I think the only action that was taken was a question to the Planning Department, how long it would take to get that in ordinance form. What we never did was what we assembled for 2 weeks ago, and that was to discuss the two items that came from the Planning Commission. So there was an agenda item that was open and never completed. We never got to that part. You know, if you want to have other plans come in, fine, but at least do what you said you were going to do on the agenda. We had people show up at the Planning Commission. We had people showing up here thinking it was going to be discussed, and it wasn't. It's almost like if you don't like the plan, you know, you just turn your head away from it. If I can't see it, it doesn't exist. That plan, those plans should have either been dismissed, brought up, or continued. And if you want to keep adding more and more plans into the mix, it's going to be real hard to sort it out. We just keep giving them names. You know, the board plan, the lattice plan, Tofanelli plan. We don't know what's coming up next. But we're really disappointed that that agenda item was mishandled. And it should have been addressed when all of the folks were here expecting that agenda item to be addressed, and it wasn't. So I just like to say I hope that we get this thing moving on quickly. Deadlines are approaching. Whether there's a conflict one way or another, I don't know, but it is definitely going to be more troublesome after the first of the year, and I hope we can get it sorted out before then. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Ditto on what Mr. McManus said.
Can I ask you to speak up for me, please, right into the mic?
I'll try.
I'm getting old.
Ditto on what Mr. McManus said. I totally agree with everything he said. And I hope that we can ban it. I would like to know, and I know that you can't tell me this, but I am questioning why we are recycling our children into being drug addicts. Our children believe that marijuana is okay, cigarettes are really bad. And I think this is a fallacy, a terrible fallacy that they believe this. And some of the kids, you would not believe, they are 4.0 students. They are achieving wonderful things in the county. And they believe that marijuana is okay and cigarettes are bad. That we're going to get a lot of money off of marijuana so that we can help our county. And I think that's a lie. And I think it's tragic that our children are believing this stuff. I'd like to talk about when I started feeling strongly about drugs. My dad did a lot of home medicine, and I pricked my finger with a needle and it got infected and it closed up, and it was very, very painful for a number of days, and I kept telling him that I was in pain. I needed to go to the doctor. So he finally let me go to the doctor. The doctor scraped the bone with the infection off the bone and gave me some pain medicine. And I was probably about 14. I don't really remember exactly. And he gave me the pain medication. And I went home and I used it. I got better. I skipped a dose. And I turned into a bitch. And I didn't like it. And I quit taking it. And it takes away your inhibitions. And it doesn't matter whether it's marijuana, opiates, alcohol. Our kids need to be told the truth.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Good morning, gentlemen, ladies. My name's Mary Ellen Souza. I've been in front of you a couple of times before. I'm a resident of Mountain Ranch, and of course, Supervisor Garamendi is our elected representative. The marijuana issue goes on and on and on. I know we're all tired of it. I feel like everyone's suffering from a bit of battle fatigue at this point. I'm maybe naive enough to think that there's probably more common ground than most of us would like to believe, because it's so easy to go to the fringes of this issue. I admit I fight my own tendency to do that. I do my best to stay informed. I come to meetings, I look at the video, I look at the websites to the extent that I can, and I still have a heck of a time figuring out the multiple plans that are coming forward. I even stopped by the clerk's office yesterday. You were out, but your staff tried to help to point me in the direction of where can I read the latest, because I knew something had happened in the last couple of weeks, or I thought I had. But it's frustrating to me because I'm an ordinary citizen, and I just feel it's important to remind all of you that there's lots of ordinary citizens here. You know, I'm not a professional marijuana advocate or non-advocate or pro or con. I mean, it's just simply an issue that's affecting my neighborhood, my town, and my county, and I care deeply about all three of those. Before anybody gets up in arms, I'm not trying to take away anybody's medicine. I'm not even trying to take away somebody's Good Friday night if that's what they want to do. Don't get on the roads and don't come looking to me for a job, that's all. But I hear a lot in my town about how the CCA and the pot industry is saving the Christmas parade and saving this and saving that, and I just want to let you know that I don't need saving. You know, I, along with my husband, spent a good portion of the afternoon the other day polishing the veterans' graves in our cemetery, because my dad was a World War II Iwo Jima veteran who fought for this country, and he taught me to stand up for what's right. And what's right is honoring our vets. And so that's what I did on Friday afternoon. You won't read about that in the paper because, again, ordinary citizens don't have press releases, nor do they have lawyers, nor do they have marketing materials in their back pocket. On Sunday, I spent about 4 hours with my gas-powered blower clearing off our bike path and our hiking path and our picnic area in the park, our staging area in the park. Why? Because I'm a citizen of Mountain Ranch and I love my town. I didn't need a pot committee to do that. Didn't need a task force. Didn't need marketing materials. Certainly didn't need a lawyer. But I just want to let you know that I know you guys get bombarded with a lot of all of those things. And there's a lot more people like me just ordinary citizens than all of those other folks. And I just want you to keep that in mind and hope we get something done before the end of the year that's solid. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Further public comments? Seeing none, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a 15-minute break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're now in session. Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, is there anybody in the audience right now that would wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? Yes, Bonnie? 9, 10, and 11. Any other requests from the audience? Seeing none, any board member or staff member wish to pull any item from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to accept the balance of the consent agenda.
I will move this item, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Supervisor Clapp. No public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Item 9 is from Behavioral Health Services, Mental Health Program. Authorize the board chair to sign a multi-county consortium agreement with the County of Merced as lead that sets forth the terms and conditions under which the services at a new crisis residential unit shall be furnished and accept $40,000 in joint grant funding for Calaveras Health and Human Services Agency Behavioral Health Division.
Bonnie?
My questions involve all three of these agenda items, and knowing the tenuous situation that our federal government is putting the states and the counties in as far as funding sources, I'm just concerned that these kinds of programs, as well as IHSS, are going to be impacted by changes in Medicaid or other things. And maybe Kristen could just give us an idea of what we might have to look forward to as far as loss of services or loss of funding, or what the impact is going to be to the clients that need these kind of services. All three of them. We don't, it's just the funding from the state level, not 9, 10, 11, but all of them together.
Okay, before we entertain an answer, County Council, can we hear these comments and apply it to all three, or do we need separate votes for all three items?
I think you would need to separate your votes out on the items.
Okay, let's hear our comments, and then we'll call for the vote and understanding. Kristen, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services. That's a really big question from Ms. Newman. She's correct. Any large-scale changes at the federal level that will always have the ability to impact locally the amount of monies that go to county health and human services agencies as well as counties as a whole. Decreases to funding at the federal level will translate to decreases at the state level, which will translate to decreases at the local level. And that's in that same breath, there's always at the state level discussion going on about the various methodologies, about how you disperse funding to the locals. And this is one of the reasons why we, as well as many of my counterparts and fellow department heads, rely so heavily on our representative and legislative associations to advocate for our needs as a collective state and as collective counties. So being able to discuss the impact of any changes at Medicaid is a really broad question. It's something that's always on our radar, and it's something we will respond to. We will be mindful of mandated services, and of course, I will always, any changes in funding, I will always be bringing to your board what that impact will look like, so that you can make informed decisions.
Thank you. Bonnie, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, as much as it can be answered, I think just awareness is what I'm trying to create.
I understand. Thank you. Any further public comment? I'll bring item 9 back to the board. Any board comment, staff comment? Seeing none, entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 10 is from Health and Human Services Agency. Authorize the board chair to sign an agreement between JDT Consultants Incorporated and Calaveras County for the provision of therapeutic behavioral services in an amount not to exceed $300,000 for the period of July 1, 2017 through July 30th, 2019.
Any public comment on this item? Hearing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any comments by staff or by the board? Hearing none, entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp. Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 11 is from Health and Human Services Agency to authorize the board chair to execute an agreement with Jackson and Coker for the provision of certain mental health services, including psychiatric services, on an as-needed basis for the period of October 1, 2017 through June 30th, 2018 in an amount not to exceed $600,000.
Any public comment on this agenda item? Hearing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any comments by the board or the staff? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Item 23 on the regular agenda is from the Administrative Office to receive a report from staff, Cal OES, and local organizations regarding the ongoing Butte Fire recovery.
Good morning. Brian Moss, Administrative Office. This is your update for Butte Fire recovery. And with that said, I'm just going to go ahead and turn this over to staff. I know that Mel Knight is here this morning to speak to you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Brian Moss. Mr. Knight, good morning.
Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity to update. It will be a very quick report today. We're continuing to make progress on the duplication of benefits invoicing activities. As you know, the focus and direction to the contractor, Tetra Tech, is to assist property owners in making sure that they are aware of what their obligation may be and that they be assisted in how to meet that obligation if it exists for duplication benefits. We've now resolved more than 600 of the properties, and we've actually ended up with more than $4.6 million in receipts to date. We still have two major insurance companies that there's information being exchanged on, and expect to probably wrap everything up by the end of this year and to have probably something in the neighborhood of $5.5 to $6 million in returns and have all issues closed, if not fully agreed upon. So again, the county should be out of this activity by the end of the year. I'd also like to let you know that we are now in the process of making sure there's coordination with the Public Works Department as it relates to the very similar activities that relate to duplication of benefits in the tree removal project. Tetra Tech had an existing contract to do this work, so we're ensuring that the same oversight and the same team will be involved in seeing that that is implemented, as we have many of the same people, many of the same claims adjusters, many of the same insurance policies. Here, I think there were 122 that were duplicates, and those that aren't duplicates will have similar contacts at the insurance companies. So I think it'll be a very good way to ensure efficiency and timeliness of this activity. And I'm working with Jeff Grobitz now and getting the support of Mr. Lutz and others in county administration. Any questions?
Thank you, Mel, as always, and I think we're all going to be really happy when this is done and off the plate. It is like falling down the stairs, and they never seem to end. But when we talk about the duplication of benefits for the tree removal, what's our timeline on that? I know we're wrapping up the debris removal for houses, but what's our timeline as we start this new one?
I'm just starting the coordination. I think, one, we don't have all the total costs in. That will be the date we start in earnest on being able to then establish how the invoicing will be done and the timing. But it should be done by, I'm predicting now, March or April. There was originally a thought that it might be done by the end of the year, but we don't have the cost yet, we don't have some of the insurance data, so I believe it'll be sometime at March and April. It will be much simpler than the activities that related to the structural debris removal project.
Do most insurance policies cover the removal of these trees? My understanding is that's not the case. So is that smaller pool we're dealing with?
It's very, very tricky on these things. As I've learned as a public health guy who didn't know anything about insurance a few months ago, they generally have a tree and shrub category that's separate from other debris removal category. Some insurance companies apparently are interpreting that to be that if trees and shrubs are removed, that would be covered by this particular aspect. Others are saying, nope, it isn't for debris removal of trees, it's for replacement of trees and shrubs. So therefore, there is no duplication. Either way, it's our process to accept what is stated to us. And if they say there's no duplication, we record that and we'll be passing that on to the state. But again, each policy is a little bit different, and we're finding individual adjusters as well as different categories are interpreting these in different ways. We are utilizing the state insurance commissioner where it appears to be erratic, where we would say, gee, from Allstate or for State Farm or whatever company, we're getting differing interpretations of this. What is the requirement? Trying to make sure we've standardized it. And actually, most of the companies have been pretty helpful relating to that. We've sort of kicked it up their chain when we've seen things that seem to be, as I said, conflicting results back. We're just trying to get a level playing field here and see that if there is something that has been received, that we aren't just having a few of the people that actually meet the obligation.
Right. Mel, since the day we started this project, and I've regretted that we're having to do this at all. Have you had any communication with our colleagues over on the coast in Sonoma and Napa?
Oh, yeah.
And told them
Every
what
day.
we've learned?
Every day.
Because I'd hate for them to have to go through
Tomorrow
this
I am
too.
driving to Oroville, where I'll be meeting with the regional environmental health directors that are involved in multiple fire sites, and we share lessons learned. Also, as I just sent a note out, I had received a contact actually from a grand jury in another county asking about lessons learned. So there's a lot of information sharing going on. I have attended some workshops. I send emails to groups. We're now talking about things like getting assignment of benefits resolved in advance, making sure the ROEs have been tightened up, the right of entry documents, making sure the community is kept in the loop continuously so we don't have long gaps and them being informed as to what is going on, so it may come as a surprise that they're going to have to remit something. This is, as I said, the most painful and the least rewarding aspect of public service when you have to bill victims. But there is an appropriateness here, and indeed we just reinforce, though, nothing should come out of pocket to any of the folks. It really should be limited to the proceeds that were specifically for the activity performed by the state.
Well, I'd hope that you and your colleagues can impose upon Cal Recycles why counties shouldn't have to get into this business.
Well, Cal Recycle isn't the one. This actually relates, at least I'm continuing to be referred to the Stafford Act, a federal requirement that says that if there is a duplication of benefit, that dollar amount must be remitted to the...
But we signed the agreement with Cal Recycles to do this work. And we learned. Hopefully they'll learn from our process. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Knight?
Sure.
I want to concur with Supervisor Garamendi on the outstanding job you're doing in this project. And a quick question came to mind. After looking at the news sources regarding the Sonoma fires, we see that the Army Corps of Engineers and Cal Recovery are doing cleanup over there. Is that just because of the vastness of destruction?
They have called in the Corps of Engineers. I haven't done a site visit there. They have hired, in fact, a supervisor and 3 counterparts to my position over there because of the size. I'm sort of expecting that Corps of Engineers isn't actually doing the removals, but they're overseeing contractors doing the removals. But I'll be finding out more of that, and I can provide you with an update, if not at a board meeting, but in a memo as I collect information and find out more about that. Yeah, the Corps, I had some prior dealings with the Corps of Engineer on activities. They actually charge for their services, as a contractor does. So it's one that it is not necessarily that they're getting a government service that is at no cost. And in fact, their costs may be as high or higher than some private costs at times, but they do very specialized work.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Knight. Further questions, Mr. Knight?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills.
Good morning, Mr. Knight. I got to say that this whole process for you requires a whole lot of patience, and I'm sure it's painfully detailed. The question I would have is, for those parcels that post-Butte fire are in the tree mortality area, are there going to be parcels at the end of this that are going to be left untouched simply because of something we didn't get a right of entry or we couldn't get compliance?
I actually don't have that information. It would be my understanding that if someone did not sign it, if it endangered public property, they did have an access issue, but I'm not certain Jeff Grobitz or others would have to address the contractor activity there.
I guess I'm more curious about whether or not we have any parcels in the cleanup process were left behind simply because we weren't able to be there to clean them up.
All I'm aware of now is I believe there was a phase 1 that has been completed and a phase 2 that has not been authorized and completed. So there's still a lot of trees out there that were expected or planned to be removed if possible that have not been dealt with yet. I'm aware of that, but Jeff or others should be able to provide you with specifics on their activity.
Thank you.
Further questions of Mr. Knight? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, Mr. Krovis.
Thank you. Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. What would we do without our consultants? So, Butte Fire summary. As Mel mentioned, we have completed the first phase of the hazard tree debris removal program, or debris removal, quote, trees, where 8,500 trees were felled, hauled, chipped, and disposed of into biomass or electricity generation to the Chinese camp facility in Sonoma. That was completed by the end of July of 2017. We have removed all trace of occupation, stabilized and vacated the debris management treatment site in Wallace. That occurred during August of 2017. There are still about 2,000 trees, 1,500 on private property, 500 on right-of-way throughout the burn area that died subsequent to the initial arborist surveys that we have requested reversion of the project to include. And these are on private properties that have already been treated or along county right-of-way. That request went into Calaveras and FEMA on the 28th of June in 2017, and I haven't had word yet whether that is to be included or rejected within the program. We have approximately, we also marked, of those 2,000 trees, there's approximately just over 500 trees that are marked in green along Jesus Maria Road, for which I was given specific requests from Supervisor Garamendi on what those trees were. And he also asked me about some trees that were marked in white that were still out there. So the majority of the trees that are marked in white along Jesus Maria Road are on BLM parcels through which county-maintained roads pass. Of those 500 trees, approximately 117 of them were dropped to the ground and limbed inadvertently. They were thought to be on private property. But we had a bust in our land net records between the assessor's office and our GIS mapping. So we inadvertently felled trees that we thought were private property, debris removal trees, that actually were within county right-of-way on BLM land. So those trees, BLM has given us permission to haul those away, but they are indicating that there's going to be an associated fee coming to the county for those. This discussion needs to be continued. I don't think we should do it here today, but we still need to identify how we are going to pay for the BLM trees associated with Butte Fire, since the public assistance program through FEMA will not pay for trees that exist on another government agency's land, thinking that the other government agency has the wherewithal to remove the trees under their responsibility. So this is a discussion we still have to have. There's also an additional 12 or 13 trees along Jesus Maria Road that were felled and left at the request of the private property owner. Unfortunately, those trees have not been moved away from right-of-way, so we've sent a letter out to the owners to haul those logs away from right-of-way so they don't represent a health hazard to vehicles on Jesus Maria Road. One of the trees, there is one tree that's down on Jesus Maria Road that was felled as part of PG&E's tree mortality program and left, and we have made the request of PG&E to haul that tree off of the land. We have another 17 or 19 trees on Hoover Road associated with a private parcel that were marked but not removed, and that was because of a lack of accurate surveying, and they were thought to be on a non-participating private property. But in reality, they were on a private property that had participated on the program. So I'm currently working with Tetra Tech and Phillips and Jordan to get those trees felled and at least moved away from the right-of-way, or felled and hauled and treated as part of the initial program. Let's see. No, they're actually both. There's some white and some green. Okay, and I've been in contact with the property owner. We've had a meeting here. We sent Tetra Tech out to verify. I provided them with original parcel map and record of survey history, so they now know which parcel these trees are associated with, so that we can get them removed. So I'm hoping to see that happen within the next 30 or 40 days. At a minimum, I'd like to see the trees on the ground so the hazard to the traveling public is removed. And I'm hoping that Mr. Knight, now that he's on board for the debris removal tree side, can assist me with some of these activities. And he and I will meet later today to discuss some of these details. So, any question on the tree program? Have I missed something?
Hey, Jeff. Jeff, the trees, the white trees on Jesus Marie, are you saying that they are all on BLM land?
Not all. The vast majority of them are on BLM land. There's a few that are on the ground painted white that were requested to be left by a private property owner.
Okay, because on my BLM maps, when I drive Jesus Marie and compare them to the maps, it doesn't look like they're on BLM land.
Okay, so maybe what we should do is get together and let's pull the maps, and I'll show you the mapping that we have and see how if it's different from.
Because I've got the BLM maps that say BLM, so it's seems straightforward.
The land net was what we used to determine where the parcels were, and the land. What I mean by the land net is it's assessor's parcel information that's been backed up by historic record of surveys or historic parcel maps, historic subdivision maps, those types of land division elements. So in general, we were pretty accurate and pretty good, but by the disclaimer that's on an assessor's parcel map, every single one that you see, that this is not an accurate representation of boundaries, or it's an assessment document for amount of land, and it tries to give a description of the boundary and where monuments have been set, but it's not meant to truly be a scaled map from which somebody could actually get out there and say, well, it shows the road here, so this tree must be on this parcel.
I mean, we've all got GPS, and I'm sorry, I'm just not there with you on that. On the BLM trees that we owe money on.
Yes.
That was somebody misjudged whose trees those were and dropped them. Why is the county paying that and not the contractor who made the mistake?
Because they are working under our guidance permission management.
So we physically told them this is where to cut?
I could certainly bring it up with our contractor, but they cut it based on information that was provided to them by the county. That they made the assumption was correct.
So we told them where to cut. They didn't make a mistake. We made the mistake.
Yes, sir.
So we've got these white trees outstanding. You and I are debating whether they're on BLM land or not BLM land when I drive up Sis Marie. We're going to be, Phillips and Jordan marked all these when they counted the trees, or Tetra Tech did.
Tetra Tech did.
So we knew the count.
Yes.
They went out and did the work. They have not completed the job. We have not finished paying them until they finish the job, correct?
That's correct.
So they're going to go back and fix those trees.
That's correct.
And then we will pay them their fundable.
Yes.
Because if they counted 8,000 trees and they've only cut 700 or 7,500, there's 500, they've got to finish their job before they leave. And they're still working in the county because I don't see their crews out.
They're actually currently working on, under PG&E contracts for the tree mortality program for the utility.
Mm-hmm.
They are responding to my requests, and we're sharing emails, and when I need them out there, they will mobilize a crew. They're still under contract, as Tetra Tech is under contract, both through June 30th of 2018.
So if these trees fall, and they hurt somebody on our public roads because Phillips and Jordan hasn't finished their job, who's going to be liable?
I can't answer that question.
It's going to be us or them.
Well, there certainly will be.
We just got to get this done.
I understand that. I understand
that. And we're waiting to hear back on the green trees.
Correct. And let me clarify for television land people, when we talk about green trees, that means that trees that are marked with green paint, either a green C, that's a right-of-way tree, or a green C with a circle around it, which is a private property tree on a parcel that has already been in the program.
And we should make sure that people understand that the trees that we're talking about removing in the debris removal program are about trees that are on private, that we're talking about, Mr. Mills asked earlier, about trees that are on private property that we're looking at duplication benefits. We're not talking about clearing everybody's lot for them.
No. And to clarify,
I just want to make that clear.
Thank you. Let me clarify a little further on Supervisor Mills' question. Are there parcels out there that have burned trees on them that have not been touched by any government agency? Yes, absolutely.
Thousands.
There are all kinds of parcels that are on private roads that would not be part of the debris removal program. Those parcels may have been touched if they lost a structure on the debris removal ash program, but the only trees allowed to be removed under debris removal ash would be those along a access driveway or immediately adjacent to where the structure was. So all of the trees that are out in essentially private property land, not associated with a county-maintained road, not associated with a burned structure, are not eligible for any kind of assistance. There is a caveat to that. We have a few grant programs that will allow us on a limited basis to remove some of those trees on private property land. And those are some of the FMAG, HMGP, or CDGB grants that county has gotten. But we haven't started those. We haven't started the construction on those programs yet.
Could CDAA also be in this mix?
CEAA?
CDAA?
I do not believe so. They have not come, in my meetings with Cal OES, they have not ever mentioned the grant funding for private property trees that are not endangering public right-of-way, public utilities.
The reason I say that is because the Foothill Fire Safe Council uses CDAA grant money on a regular basis on private properties to mitigate, and I don't know what the role of a government agency like ours would be in that, but I do know they're very successful in doing not only that, but debris removal and fire fuel breaks.
And I agree that the grants that are available through fire safe councils, and we have several of them in the county, would be a good source of funds for those private property owners. However, I don't have a lot of direct knowledge on those. That is a program that's kind of administered through CAL FIRE and our various fire safe councils.
Thank you for the plug.
If I could add to that piece too, it's one of the things that I hate with how the state passes out some of its disaster assistance funding is within the state budget, they actually do give separate allocations of what they call the same money, CDAA or California Disaster Assistance Act monies, to Cal OES for certain activities, Cal Fire for other activities. And a prime example of that would be this year with tree mortality, where we are using CDAA monies on tree mortality, the regular program, but at the same time, CAL FIRE received additional CDAA monies that are going to be used to help offset the match requirement for the other CDAA monies. So it's because the state doles out those monies to different state agencies that, although it's the same term, it does have different controls and different requirements how they dole those monies out. So that's where that confusion comes in when we're talking about Cal OES CDAA versus Cal FIRE's apportionment.
Thank you. Not to drift too far off the topic, but the issue of private land and the removal of trees, there are other options besides just simply the county being involved in it. I want private property owners to be aware of that and to reach out to the Foothill Fire Safe Council or someone of that type, if they have, or even CAL FIRE, if they have questions about what are their other options besides us doing the work for them. So just a plug for the private citizen here.
Supervisor Mills and Supervisor Garamendi, I attended the staff Governor's Task Force meeting on tree mortality, and just ironically, some information was disseminated regarding CDA funding for private trees. That funding, they just is $6 million now, and apparently Calaveras County's share is about $679,176 for that funding. Ironically, they can be actually applied for. Now keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is tree mortality programs, not Butte Fire. Sometimes they get confused. Ironically, CDAA funding applications have not been going well because they didn't have a lot of people applying. Now keep in mind that this $679,000 allocated to Calaveras County. If we don't use those funds, they will be reallocated to other counties. So if you have a tree mortality problem on private property, I highly recommend that you contact your fire safe councils, contact your homeowners associations. They can actually be awarded grants. It does require some pretty engaging paperwork and follow-up, but don't lose this opportunity to get these trees removed. I'm sorry for interrupting, Mr. Clovis. I know you're on Butte Fire and I'm on tree mortality.
Plenty of disasters to go around.
Jeff, are you going to brief us on the roads?
On roads, the roads are, we have an approved PW. We also have approved DAFs. The PW is the vehicle for the county-maintained roads, about 40 miles worth. The DAFs are for federal aid eligible county-maintained roads, Frico City, Jesus Maria, Mountain Ranch, Railroad Flat, and Sheep Ranch. So we have approved programs, and the anticipation is that the execution of the professional services agreement with the disaster recovery program manager will allow us to generate the construction documents that we can go out and get that work done.
So the professional services contract, that's our PMC?
It's actually called disaster disaster recovery professional services agreement. I'm trying to remember what it's called, and I did not bring that one with me.
Right, I mean, I sound like a broken record up here because I ask every month the same thing. So when are we going to have this person on board, or this company on board, to figure out what the scope of the work is?
I don't know. The solicitation went on to the public purchase website many weeks ago. I took and responded on behalf of administration to several questions. I don't have the date in front of me. Perhaps Ms. Rich or CEO Lutz has the date of opening.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm looking back to Bonnie, but I think November 27th, when I looked at it, is when we expect the RFP to be closed. Is that correct?
27th of this month?
Yes.
Okay.
We extended it when we got questions, so we could answer those questions from the potential bidders that submitted those, so we could give them time to review and update any response they might have.
Okay. Do we have any further information from FEMA about building our roads back in a safe manner rather than an unsafe manner?
It's the same response. I would recommend, Supervisor Garamendi, that we have a little mission and we go to Cal OES together.
I am ready on any day you guys want to put this together, because it would be ridiculous to rebuild a road unsafe.
Understood. I think that FEMA would probably take the same position. They'll say, great, you fund the difference between repair and safe.
Well, I'm happy to go have that debate with FEMA.
Okay.
And
So
Cal,
I will speak with the CEO's office and Office of Emergency Services, and we'll schedule that.
I'd be happy to do that. One other thing we have discussed for 11 months now, a dig once policy as we do this rebuild. How is that going?
It's going. We are actually going. We're actually making progress on it.
Okay.
We are drafting it. We gathered several, 6 or 8 of those from various jurisdictions, including some that I'm real familiar with. City of Sacramento has one that I like. And so we will have a draft ready for you to comment on before we circulate it through the normal process.
I would, as soon as we could get that done, because I want that in place as we bid and move forward on this project, so that we can do it correctly.
Supervisor, that's doable.
How are the winter storms going? How are they related to this?
It's one more disaster. As you know, we had a lot of specific damage from both the January winter storm and from the February storms, a group of storms. Each of those has a different disaster. So in our world, there's 2 disasters, the 4301, which is January of 2017, and the 4308, which is the 2 storms in February of 2017. As a result, there are a number of projects. We have approximately 15 project worksheets which describe damage. Each one of those project worksheets either contains one specific location of damage or, as on Gwen Mine Road, 7 or 8 locations of damage along one road. So these 15 PWs cover approximately 30 damaged sites. Some of those damaged sites are what are known as a Category B, which is a temporary or an emergency response, such as what we did up on Blagan or the stabilization that we did on Canyon View. Others of them would be known as permanent repairs or PR, that some of which we've completed and some of which we still have to complete. So for the most part, all of those damaged sites that are what would be called a minor project, meaning that the cost of repair is less than $123,100, have been completed. The major projects where the cost is greater than the $123,000 have not been done because there are additional requirements for a large project, such as Endangered Species Act, archaeological resources clearance, and things like that. So, as I say, we've completed all of our small projects, and we've also completed our emergency opening projects and our temporary projects, and now we are pushing paperwork up to FEMA for them to get accurate project descriptions and accurate dollar amounts associated with the project worksheets, so that when we do our claim through the Auditor Controller's Office, we can get reimbursed quickly. So that's the status of winter storms. All the countywide work, and that's meant to be the work that occurs within the first 60 days of a disaster. That has also been completed, and we are just pushing up the supporting data again to FEMA so that the dollars that we have expended on those efforts have been justified with timesheets and photographs and invoices that have been paid, and in some cases with board resolutions awarding emergency contracts. Make sure that everything is documented and supported so that when we apply for reimbursement, we get it. There's always a delay between a project worksheet being produced and an authorization for the money contained in the worksheet. The reimbursement request has to follow the authorization. So where we are at with our 2017 storms is our 15 project worksheets. We have, I think, 5 of them that are completed with accurate authorized amount, and 10 of them that we're still trying to feed either partial or full costs associated with them. The very large sites, such as Gwynn Mine, Murphy's Drive, Blagan Road, we have approval to move ahead with engineering studies and design so that we can come up with what it's going to take, the cost to fix it, so that the money can then be authorized. Okay, so that's the process.
Thank you very much. I took way too much time, but if you could please encourage Philip and Jordan to finish the job before they fall in this winter storm. I think it will save us all a lot of headaches.
I think you're right.
And probably somebody's life.
Any more questions on subject matter we've covered? Supervisor Tofinelli.
Yes, I want to go back to the BLM trees that you said were felled on their property. You had mentioned that the county gave direction for them to tag those trees and fell them.
The county provided what we call our land net map. And our land net map is initially produced out of the assessor's office, and it was what was displayed on our GIS system.
These are the maps that you indicated that state on them that this may not necessarily be the correct information?
That's correct.
So you handed that to Tetra Tech and said, here. They also had access to the BLM maps that Supervisor Garamendi says he is using. I would think it would be their job to collate those maps after we gave them to them. That's what they were hired to do, to go out and tag trees. And so I'm going to say that I would argue that it would not be the responsibility of the county. Although we did provide maps to them, it says on them that this may not be accurate. It was their job to make sure it was accurate when they tagged the trees. And then I would like to also know what the cost estimate, you never gave a cost estimate as to what it's going to cost to remove these trees.
Okay, so there's a lot of questions in there. Let me respond first to the first thing that you said, that Tetra Tech should have resolved mapping differences between our county land net and perhaps whatever mapping Supervisor Garamendi received. I don't know what that mapping is or the source of that mapping.
I could go get it. It's a publicly available map that you can buy at the fishing store. It's on the wall.
Okay. So the discussion to me as to who is responsible for these trees being inadvertently felled that we thought were on private property that actually turned out to be on BLM property, I think that's going to be essentially a discussion for another time. We don't have enough information in-house right here to decide that today. Now, is that fair?
That's fair, but I'm going to still stand by what I said.
Okay.
Even though I don't have the information in front of me. We hired them to do a job.
Right.
And whether it's accurate, that's what we hired them to do. The other question, though, is there any cost estimate on this that we're talking about?
And you're talking about the treatment of the remaining trees on BLM land.
Correct.
Okay, so that cost estimate, it really depends. One of the things that we've found is that when we did an emergency felling of trees, December of 2016, because there was some that we thought were extremely perilous and were highly likely to fall on county roads before we could execute the debris removal trees program. And we went out to competitive bid, and we had a logging firm from Tuolumne County respond, and we awarded to them. They were able to fell and haul the logs for about $600 a tree, and that's an average based on when you average all the sizes. The big ones would cost more, the little ones would cost less. When you talk about removal of trees within, say, the tree mortality program, that's falling the trees and hauling the slash and the logs out, through a state program, those costs that we're using are about $1,200 a tree. When we're talking about a fully executed FEMA public assistance debris removal program, those costs are closer to $2,000 a tree. So, to answer your question, the range can be from $600 to $2,000 per tree, and depending on whose rules these trees are being treated under.
But within that cost estimate that you just gave, those were standing trees. These trees are already felled.
Oh, for that, okay, so once again, it depends. If I'm going to have them at the time that they hit the ground, if I was to have Phillips and Jordan pick them up, haul them to Wallace, chip them at Wallace, and then haul the chip to Sonora, that cost at that point was probably going to be about $1,400, $1,600. However, if those BLM trees are not subject to the Stafford Act program, the FEMA Public Assistance Program, we can do it for much less money. So I can't, Supervisor Tofanoli, I cannot give you an answer as to what it's going to cost to remove those 117 trees that are sitting on the ground.
Can we get a cost estimate from somebody what it would be to remove those trees? Because obviously at some point they're going to have to be removed.
Yes.
So we need to at least have some cost estimate on what it is.
Okay. I can provide that for you.
Further questions? I have one question, Mr. Krobus. Our contract in the removal of these trees, does it address any issue about information supplied to the contractor as being accurate, or any requirement to self-check, or that's something you might want to take a look at and bring back another time for an answer?
I have to go through the contract, but the initial contract for an arborist was really for arborist and program management services.
Mm-hmm.
And so the arborist services were for identifying dead trees that were killed by the fire, the size, the species, the location of, the approximate location of those, and then summarizing those and mapping those. In our RFP, we also asked the arborist to take on the job as program manager to oversee the efforts of a contractor who was going to be doing a services contract, not a public works contract, for the felling, the forwarding of the debris to county roads, the loading of that debris, the treatment of that debris, and the final disposal of that debris. So our arborist was doing the program management, our contractor was doing the physical labor of it. I have to look into it to see if there was any language in either contract as to responsibility for verification of boundaries, land boundaries. We did not resolve this issue of these inadvertently felled BLM trees until our interim county surveyor went back into the record and pulled records of survey and parcel maps out to determine what the mistake was and where the mistake originated. So
and that was prior to...
That was after the trees were on the ground.
That's what I thought. Thank you, sir.
So, and that occurred approximately 7 days after we were notified by BLM that we inadvertently felled their trees. Okay. Any other questions on this?
Well, as a sideline to the BLM issue, there are several counties that are starting, post-fire counties, that are starting to move in the direction of asking BLM to give their properties back to the county control. And that there is property that they own that they are not taking care of, they will not take care of, and that the counties and the local jurisdictions would be better served with that. So if that comes up in a conversation, I would certainly like to include it as to whether or not we would join with that idea of there are specific places where there's BLM property that's patchworked all over our county, and for them to actually have any kind of jurisdictional control over it is zero. And so I just wanted to bring that up, that other counties are starting to look at it.
Okay. Again, I can't speak to...
If I could add something on that, the community's been having over on the Calumet side conversations for several years with BLM about a community forest initiative, and I'm sure the ACCG would be happy to come and present to this board about how we as a community, without taking title, can take control of those forests by working collaboratively with BLM and our partners. So maybe we could have them come and talk about that at some point.
So you agree that needs to be a conversation at some point?
It's a conversation that's going on right now, and it has been going on for several years.
Thank you.
Speaking to that, 2 weeks prior to the Butte fire, I was working with BLM to craft a maintenance agreement between county and BLM for those lands on which county improved roadways and county maintained roadways occurred. I haven't gotten back to that since then. So that is an issue for that segment of land through which the county maintains public roads that are crossing BLM parcels. And I have to bring any agreement in front of this board for approval.
Sure. I can give you a direct example of this on Camp 9 Road out there in Vallecito. There is a 1 square acre overlay right over the top of Camp 9 Road. It's the only BLM spot other than what they have along the shoreline. But why they have that 1 square acre is just beyond me to understand. And I'm sure that there's more of that out in the county that we know.
Yeah. Any other questions on Butte Fire?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Sharon Torrance,
Hello,
Butte
Sharon.
Fire
How are you?
Recovery Information Officer. Can you hear me now? Things on my end, on the information side, have slowed way down. The Facebook page is still getting hits, but not nearly what we were getting before. When tree mortality starts, I can see some confusion with the burnt trees and what's going on with that. So I am expecting some of the telephone questions and some other responses, that part of it going up a bit. But things are going well. Media's good. Relationships are good. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other presenters on this agenda item? Mr. Moss.
Close it out. Any other questions from the admin front? So.
No, your microphone, sir.
Oh,
There
sorry.
you go.
And just wanted to close it out if there are any other questions.
Okay.
How's our new OES coordinator fitting into this?
Really, really well.
Because that's primarily the work of an OES coordinator, is really recovery. It's not, the rest of it is sidebar. So I just hope that he is being fully engaged in the process.
Oh, he's being fully engaged.
Supervisor Mills, I'm glad you brought that up. You did open the door, sir. I spent an exciting day with our new OES coordinator in Sacramento. Hello, Will. When we actually attended the tree mortalities governor's task force meeting at 1 o'clock, and then the actual committee, steering committee, if you will, for the task force. And we were able to make some great inroads and introductions, also to introduce to various agencies. In those meetings, we have no less than 20 agencies, PG&E, there's PG&E, there's Forest Service, there's BLM, Bureau of Land Management people there. And that's when you get to see face-to-face what happens and you get some ideas flowing. And I was very happy to have Will attend, get an idea of what he's doing, because I'm holding you responsible.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Thanks, Will.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Think that, Will. We had a meeting last week.
Yes.
We walked me through what we're doing on the tree mortality, step by step with TSS.
Yes.
I really appreciate it. I
yes,
have
sir.
confidence that you guys are going to get the job done.
Absolutely, and I've heard some really good things from other people that have utilized TSS. So,
But it looks like we got a good plan in place. So
Yeah,
thank
I
you.
think we do.
And I'm with Mike. We're going to hold you to it.
yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk? Public comment.
Marty Crane, Rancho Calaveras. It's nice to put a face to the name, Mr. Downs. I think he called the volunteer center before he even settled into his office. I'm really impressed because I continue to hold that the belief that yes, we have lots of agencies and we need to fine tune it, and we're all working very well on that, and I'm excited about the progress we're making. But I also often wonder, as individual citizens, individually and collectively, what is our role when an emergency strikes? So we're going to be talking about that and how we can form some education for the community. It's not on day one. Individually, it is, but anyway, so going forward. But I just wanted to say, welcome, Will Downs. Can't wait for our meeting. He had to change it because of your meeting. I also wanted to say, on all the lessons learned, I keep hearing that we learned this and we learned that, and other counties are now calling us and asking us, are we keeping a bullet list of lessons learned? Some of them may be filled in with more data, but it might be something that we could benefit from later, or other counties could benefit from, where we could share. Because wouldn't it have been nice if Calaveras had been able to reach out to another county, we've had a lot of examples, and see, what did you do? Give us your bullet list. Just a thought. And then dig once. Thank you. Every year or two, I bring that up, and I always get the response that, well, these are private agencies. They have their own schedules, their own calendars, and they just drop it there. So thank you. We've watched our roads get torn up over and over and over again, and how is that economically prudent? And I understand that when you resurface the road and then you dig a whole trench down through it and then you patch it up nice, it's never as strong as it was before. So I love this, dig once. Thank you. I'm
Thank you.
encouraged.
Any further public comment?
Jean Kennedy. Right now I'm going to represent Calaveras Animal Disaster Shelter and the volunteer work that we've done. I've also met with Will, Mr. Downs, and it was an extremely positive meeting in which I see great things happening between the volunteers in this county. That's one thing I learned 20 years ago moving to this county, that this county runs on its volunteers. Do fantastic work. And when a situation like the Butte Fire happens, when we have a disaster, or if we're going to have floods this winter, the volunteers will come out of their woodwork and want to help. And it was my talking with Mr. Downs that showed him that we are here on as volunteers, but we need structure. We need to plan, we need to train, so we don't just have individual people with hauling some broken down trailer on the back of their truck coming out and wanting to stuff animals in them. That's not the kind of disaster. That is a disaster in itself. That's not helping the situation. So Calaveras Animal Disaster Shelter has actually invited Mr. Downs to a few training sessions that we are having, one at the Arola Ranch on the 19th, and another tour of the fairgrounds. So he'll see how animal recovery and rescue is handled and was handled during the Butte Fire. So I'm extremely encouraged and happy to welcome Mr. Downs to our community.
Thank you. Further public comment? Mr. Segala, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for the good work you're doing. I'm amazed at how you handle all these complicated issues. There seems to be two items of concern. One is mapping. I understand that our GIS system has been down in the portion of it that provides topo maps with the parcels on the map. It's been in existence for many years, but apparently we changed systems, and the new system has not been able to provide that feature. This is very important to the real estate community, the assessor, the appraisers, surveyors, and so if the restoration of this feature could be accelerated with our GIS department, that could be very helpful. And it might be able to avoid a problem where you cut trees not knowing where property lines are. And I think that should be noted. The other item is in times where we don't have emergencies going on, it may be possible to combine with other counties so that are similar to us to coordinate so the services that are provided to our county when they're not needed could be provided to other counties. There might be some sort of an agreement with the other counties to have a mutual intelligence, so to speak, so that even the counties that don't have an emergency coordinator could get one real quick if they needed it because of this agreement. It'll be an agreement between the counties. That seems to make sense. That's not my own idea, but it does seem to make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Item 24 is from the Administrative Office to approve budget transfers for corrections to the adopted final budget.
CEO Lutz, good morning.
Yes. So unfortunately, I need to bring this item forward to the board to do some cleanup on final budget. With the exception of the MOE issue, and I'm going to go through the list from the staff report, but with the exception of the MOE issue, the items that we're bringing forward reflect discrepancies that are in part due to what has been our budget process and really the amount of manual entry and calculations that go into the budget process that we're working to rectify. Like anything with manual entry, it lends itself to errors where you're trying to compare reports and then put them into sheets, run them through calculators. So in order for the auditor to get an accurate report to State Controller's Office by the end of this month, a few of them we needed to bring forward now as opposed to cleaning up at mid-year. Where revenue was under budgeted, for instance, I wasn't necessarily concerned about those areas. We can correct those at mid-year. But in certain areas where we needed to ensure fund balance was accurately recorded and appropriation was allocated where it should be for some of our funding sources, we have to bring these forward. The largest item here, and the one that actually does cost money, is where I'll start, and that's with, in the general fund, the 1010. And that is a $288,000 595 adjustment that the vast majority of which is meeting our SB1 Transportation Fund MOE requirement. This year we had initially budgeted $542,285 in general funds for the Roads and Bridges program. And what that amount reflects, $181,949, is geared toward countywide projects that cannot be used by roads and bridge funds, primarily charges for surveyor and also stormwater management. There was, when you look at that, then we were paying approximately $360,366 toward roads and bridges that would contribute to the MOE. However, unfortunately, when SB 1 was passed, what the state did is base an MOE base as the years 2009-10, 2010-11, and 2011-12, and then created an average from those 3 years. And because, again, the goal here, and the state does this a lot of times when they set MOEs, is they don't want a county to game the system by knowing in advance and using prior years, so they reduce their expenditures intentionally to get a lower year MOE. They typically reach back to a point that you cannot adjust those books. You cannot fudge the numbers, so to speak. So what that ended up with is an MOE, required MOE of $627,182. As a result, in order to be eligible for receiving the SB1 funds, we need to demonstrate to the state that we are meeting that maintenance of effort obligation of providing that much general fund, as that was how much we were providing the average of those 3 years. So as that's where our adjustment comes in.
C.O. Lutz, is this the self-help portion of SB 1? Are we talking about that?
No.
Okay.
Where the self-help has a tie-in to this, and where self-help counties have a better advantage, is that they have a local measure that is a tax-based measure that really helps offset these costs, so it reduces your general fund outlay. That's where that self-help ties in and becomes advantageous versus general fund, but it's those two, self-help versus regular counties, still have MOEs. Okay. The difference is how much general fund they're actually putting into their roads and bridges funds. So I think a few notes on that piece. Total roads and bridges appropriation for the year is $10.6 million. We're putting in that additional $266,000 to bring our total county contribution up to that a little above $800,000 that is being used in that program. And I note that because this year's SB1 funding is small. It's $840,000, so we're basically, getting a dollar for a dollar almost on our MOE. However, the out years, next year it grows to $2.32 million. By 2021, at this point, the projection is about $2.6 million. So it is long-term certainly advantageous for the county to meet this MOE requirement to get these funds. It also opens us up to the competitive application monies that are included in SB1 for other projects. That's outside of our base allocation. So then there's a residual $21,000, the difference between what our MOE requirement is and how much we're asking for. And that $21,000 is due to a audit finding in the roads and bridges program, and that's related to expenditures that were deemed not eligible under roads and bridges funding that we have to then basically pay back or reimburse.
Do you know what those were?
Those relate to, and those could be various projects that we might do. Pulling this up. The engineering support for the Jail Justice Center was an example for that. Labor for sign placement at the county library was another example. Those are things that typically we try and do a charge back when those activities happen for these years. And I know these go back from 2009-10 to 2015-16. We're talking about a number of years ago that these activities occurred. And so what happens then if we don't do that charge back, they come back and audit what those funds were used for and identify an inappropriate activity. That's what happened in this instance. So that's the large piece and the piece that does cost general fund, and the recommendation is to then reduce the general fund contingency to provide that needed general fund support. The other items, we had an adjustment request for $17,179 for the Blagan Road Bridge project that never seems to stay off the radar. And it's important to note this is not asking for any additional general funds. These were accounted for in the reports that I gave the board. They were also accounted for in the budget item detail documents, but the issue is they were not carried over to what we refer to as kind of the fund recapitulation report that provides an overall summary that the board adopts the appropriation for. So the monies were already assumed to be used. They just didn't make it in one of those reports, and we needed to clean up the appropriation to reflect that. And then the other items are in the roads and bridges fund itself. So now we're talking about items that are outside of the county's general fund. In this case, it's the 1020 fund, which is roads and bridges. There are two items for cleanup. One is to reflect that audit finding that we discussed in the first item, which is, and the staff report incorrectly notes that as TOT, and I apologize for that. It should actually have indicated that that $21,748 is a result of the audit findings that needed to be accounted for in the budget. The other adjustment reflects costs for the temporary Blagan Road, and this was cleanup on Public Works budgeting on what the final cost was, and it was off by a little more than $5,000. And then lastly, on the 1020 fund, there's a $85,229 expenditure change. Again, this is not county general fund and was anticipated. What happened, and this comes back to a fund balance issue, when we created the budget, fund balance in roads and bridges was estimated where we thought it would finally close at. It ended up being $85,229 higher than originally budgeted. What's important to note is that these funds may not be spent at all. That's why it's going into special department expense. Governmental accounting requires that we appropriate total fund balance within an operating budget, as opposed to if we were putting this in a reserve account that was off to the side. So what happens then is if we don't spend that all, it continues to carry on as next year's cash carry amount, but we're allocating that cash carry, so we're not leaving a fund balance sitting in an operating fund. And that is standard practice. We don't necessarily have to call it out because we're budgeting it that way when we're developing the budget, in this case because we're having to adjust it and providing that more in-depth explanation. And then the last piece is with the transit fund. Transit budget also needed an adjustment to reflect actual funding and expenditures. The revenues needed to be adjusted by $849 to reflect, again, the final fund balance numbers. And then expenditures reduced by $826 to reflect actual operating expenditures. These small, however, in order for the COG to be able to pay invoices to the county, we needed to have an accurate and corrected budget for the transit fund. And so we wanted to make sure that that operating budget and the approved budget were in sync. And again, there's no general fund impact to this item.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions of CIO Lutz by the board? Seeing none?
I got one.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I thought I had this figured out last night, but I just want to make sure I understand things correctly. On the 10th of October, we did this SB1 budget, and we had to estimate our MOE, maintenance of effort, to be $627,183. We are now adding to it $288,000, $288,595. When Public Works did their budget for this year, does that include the total sum of $915,000 that they were going to spend anyway? And I just want to confirm that $288 does not represent new dollars to that program.
It does not represent new dollars. It represents what should have been reconciled when we finished the the process for SB1, and the challenge this year was SB1 is new, and the state was finalizing some of the regulations through September. So while we should have caught the air when we brought October 10th the SB1 projects, that would have been a cleaner spot to do this. That wasn't identified as, okay, we need to make sure that the general fund actually matches it. What triggered this is the state saying, we want you to show us, basically, that your general fund matches. Right. So this was already accounted for as having to be used. This is not new money into the program. Public Works anticipated receiving this money from the general fund when they built their project list.
So when we built our final budget in June, this was in there or was not in there?
In June,
Excuse
no.
me, in September.
In September, the 542 was in there. In terms of the projects that Public Works estimated, the dollar amount, because they're budgeting in their own fund, the Roads and Bridges Fund, we didn't see it in the general fund. And I don't know if Mark or Jeff want to provide.
So it was not, or was or wasn't in the September budget?
It wasn't in the general fund September budget, but it was in the Public Works Roads and Bridges budget, which is why we're not making, when you normally adjust a transfer out and then a transfer in. Mm-hmm. You'll notice that we're adjusting the general fund side, but we're not adjusting by $288,000 the Roads and Bridges Fund, because that was already accounted for in their budget. Basically, they budgeted, we're going to receive this money from you, but our system, because it's manual entry, doesn't require that if you budget a transfer in that you have to have a corresponding transfer out. So what happened is it was missed as these two accounts, these transfers don't line up, they don't match. And so now we're having to correct the fact that a transfer in was budgeted into the Roads and Bridges Fund, but a transfer out of equal amount was not budgeted in the general fund.
I think I'm okay.
And thank you for catching these details, because when you're in a manual entry, that these kind of things do happen. It's just part of when you're balancing your general ledger, you're going to find these errors. When we get to mid-year, are you looking at any other potential adjustments that might be coming down the pike?
Anything that had a substantial impact on general fund that we know of would have been included here. Like I said, there are a few entries that were correcting a revenue amount where they under budgeted revenue. If they under budgeted revenue, I was less concerned about that. There were, and really where our adjustments are in our special funds, such as the Community Development Block Grant has some areas that we needed to clean up, but it wasn't material at this point that we had to worry about it for actually satisfying what the State Controller's Office reports need.
Thank you for using the term material. I kind of understand what that means. Cash and carry is an old World War II term, as you know. So I just want to be sure that when we get into mid-year, if we're looking at some substantial changes to a particular department's budget, that we start to be thinking about that now rather than in January, February.
I asked department heads at yesterday's department head meeting, or I made that very same comment, that if anybody expected or anything surprising, to please reach out now so we can start having those meetings and start planning. The general direction is knowing we're trying to tighten our belts wherever we can, that we're not looking at entertaining increases, and certainly if they're expecting that, they needed to have that conversation right now.
Further questions of CEO Lutz? Okay, any public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Now entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no.
No.
Motion carries 4-1. Madam Clerk.
Item 25 is from the Public Works Department. Approve the expenditure of approximately $131,400 for the rehabilitation of Sulky Court as a Diamond 20 County Service Area Number 4 project, and designate the Director of Public Works to adopt project limits and specifications and solicit bids for construction.
Mr. Groves?
Jeff Grovitz, Public Works. This item is an unfortunate result of history. When the Diamond 20 subdivision was formed by, I believe it was Cascade Pacific? Boise Cascade, and the improvements were constructed by George Reed, they inadvertently or advertently without knowledge used road base that contained asbestos. And the worry at the time was that vehicles using those roads would crush that road base and cause that asbestos to go airborne, thereby endangering public health. As a result, the Environmental Protection Agency made some findings and requested or required, I don't know how that worked out, but requested or required that the developer and the developer's contractor either remove that asbestos-containing base rock material or encapsulate that base rock material in the subdivision. So there was just over 18 miles of roads in this subdivision. The decision was made by the developer to use a double chip seal to encapsulate that rock. There has been, maintenance to, in my opinion, we have been maintaining it all along, notwithstanding what Mr. Kennedy had to say this morning in public comment. Sulky Court, unfortunately, is a very steep section of road, and it had some drainage issues in the initial design. The drainage issues, of course, has caused degradation of the road structural section and, of course, the double chip and seal. There have been a number of projects over the last 4 or 5 years where Public Works was grading, establishing new ditches, putting in new drainage, as recommended by the advisory committee and as adopted by the CSA, which is the Board of Supervisors, in anticipation of replacing the double chip and seal on that section of Sulky Court. Costs for that are high when comparing it to the rest of the 17 and a half miles of road within the subdivision and the greater needs. So really, what makes this project sticky is that we have a perceived public health issue. We need to expend funds to protect the public's health. The funds are identified to be coming from the CSA. Yet the CSA has a limited ability, or their current amount of roughly $62,000 a year going into their fund, means that a large proportion of the funds would be going into fixing one small section of road within a larger subdivision. So that's the rub on this item. The approximate $300,000 that are currently in the bank for the subdivision has got approximately $60,000 of it already committed as a local match to one of the bridge replacement projects that will be going into construction in 2018 through previous agreement. We have a second bridge replacement project within the subdivision that we anticipate going into construction in 2019, but there is not a local match for that one. That one's being covered by toll credits. Additionally, we have 2 sites that were damaged in the 2017 storms. Those 2 damaged sites have been added to our project list for the 2017 storms, and we are awaiting the project worksheet for those 2 sites from FEMA. They've come out and done the inspections and the measurements. So back to the issue of Sulky Court. We need to come up with a way to be able to preserve what I consider to be very scarce funds. At the same time, we're attempting to protect public health. I hope I've explained the lay of the land, or the lay of the roads, as it were.
Questions of Mr. Crovus?
I would like to defer questions for the moment and ask if the road committee could provide a separate report from their side of what they believe to be the situation, the issue with their roads. And then we can engage a discussion from that point. That's agreeable.
Is the road committee present? I have a quick question. Let me interject here, Supervisor Mills. I'll keep your question on the table here. So Boise Cascade used road base infused with asbestos, or serpentine, if you will.
Yes.
And that happened when? Okay, all right. Yeah, sir, would you approach the mic? Obviously, you have history on this.
We do.
And only because I'm asking these questions, I have some expertise in this area. So Boise Cascade, under contract, used road base interlaced or actually contaminated with serpentine rock, which is a natural state of asbestos. And we found this out when, Mr. Crovus? When were we notified that by the EPA?
Early 1990s.
No, well, before that, we've been an EPA Superfund site since before we moved there, so it was probably in the 70s.
You're
about
in the EPA
74.
Superfund?
We are a EPA Superfund.
Have you
can find
received
us on
any
the
type of
internet.
compensation from the Superfund because of this?
We are currently listed by the EPA as not a
Priority.
Not a priority.
We have looked to see what our chances would be of getting cleanup, and there are probably about 300 other sites before us, so that's
Correct.
probably not going to happen.
I'm familiar with the Superfund program.
Yeah.
Supervisor Mills, have I asked any questions that reflects on your report?
Not at all. I just would like to hear from them first.
Okay, we can talk to them.
And I have documents for you that I can start with.
Or
Two documents that I'll be referring to through my report.
Well, I want to hear from them.
Okay.
The road committee and the CSAs are the advisory committee for the specific areas that they represent, and I think that their input is valuable in the conversation, is because they're the ones that are boots on the ground and right there in the middle of it. So
I'll allow it. That's great,
All right,
folks.
I won't take long. So again, my name is Jean Kennedy, and I have been a resident of Diamond 20, this area that we're talking about, for 20 years, and I've been a member of the Road Advisory Committee for over 12 years. In my comments today, I'm going to be referring to a document that the Road Committee presented to Public Works this year, and one page is an email from the road superintendent. Sulky Court, who you've been asked to consider today, is considered our second most dangerous road. Sulky is routinely washed away by winter rains. This rehabilitation project was undertaken last year in order to provide a more cost-effective way to tackle reoccurring problems to the road. In the past, about every 3 or 4 years, a road grader was run up and down the road to level out the winter damage. County road experts advised the road committee of another surfacing option that would hold up longer, maybe 10 or more years, and therefore be more cost effective. Please see that email that you have from Scott Anderson, who is the road superintendent. This is what was provided to us early in 2016, and we made the decision. The road committee presented these options at a community meeting, and it was decided that Diamond 20 should spend $64,000 to rehabilitate Sulky. Now, the importance of this to the community, as you remember what Mr. Krovitz said, is that our income yearly is $62,000. So getting the community to spend $64,000 to rehabilitate Sulky, we had to show that that was cost effective with years of road grading, bringing in other material and whatnot, and we saw that it was, in fact, at $62,000. And it was also a 2-year project, so all of that 64 wouldn't come out of 1 year. We'd be able to accomplish something the first year. The road superintendent said we let it set through the winter, and then we come back and surface the road the second year. So last year, we spent $16,000 preparing the road for surfacing, which was scheduled to take place during the construction season this year. So Diamond 20 was expecting to pay the remainder, approximately $48,000, in order to finish the Sulky project in 2017. As you well know, the construction season is over. Public Works neglected to complete the last half of this 2-year project that our community was promised. Public Works now submits to you a recommendation that Diamond 20 pay $131,000 to complete the project. This no longer makes financial sense, as it's much more effective to occasionally run the grader and bring in material. Public Works submittal to you is an error. Diamond 20 has not spent similar amounts on Sulky. Grading was often done when the grader was working in our community, tackling other projects, thus saving our community money. These occasional grading costs were nowhere near what Public Works now wants us to spend, $131,000. It's not only Sulky that has deteriorated and is part of this hazard to our community. We have 18 and a half miles of road that have deteriorated due to Public Works' neglect to maintain them, even when especially requested to do so. Our road committee has used every opportunity to make it easy, convenient, and time-saving for Public Works to come out in our community and do things. We have actually driven our 18 and a half miles of road with GPS clicker and clicked every pothole in our community so that the road crews can just come out and just easily find and patch every pothole. Pothole repair in our community was not completed this year. Only one parcel renter at the end of Sulky would benefit from this rehabilitation. So if you turn to page 2 on the road committee report, on that big document, page 2 is a map, and it shows our items listed by order of priority, and you'll see a number 2 where a Sulky project is. That renter's lot is all the way up at the top at the end of Sulky, which is lot 151. That's the only other resident located is at the bottom on 146, where the road surface is level and is in good condition and is in fact encapsulated, and almost immediately turns into Stagecoach Road, which is encapsulated. So you can see why the road committee's #1 priority is Horseshoe Drive South, which provides the only entry and exit for 17 residents and a large cattle ranch south of Diamond 20. So just in people affected by this hazard, if that's what you want to base your decision on, it's #1. So Horseshoe Drive South. In Public Works submittal to you, our community objects to the characterization of Horseshoe Drive South as another road maintenance issue that warrants attention, quote unquote. Diamond 20 residents know Horseshoe Drive South is a disaster waiting to happen at the first significant winter storm. Please see the image on page 4 of the report. There's actually a couple images. I want to draw your particular attention on page 4 to that truck. Would you like to tell or repeat Public Works' message that to this truck owner that he has issues that warrant attention? This is a difference in peril that we're talking about between Horseshoe Drive and Sulky. I agree with Public Works. We do not have $400 to $700 to spend on to rebuild Horseshoe. in the manner that Public Works envisions, which would probably require the expense of environmental studies. However, we do have the funds to maintain the road in the same manner we have for decades, or look for other opportunities or other ways of handling the situation, but not turn back on these people and have them stranded this winter. Another error in Public Works submittals, quote, Diamond 20 Road Committee has reservations about addressing Sulky's deficiencies before those on Horseshoe. We don't have any reservations. We have objections. Ignoring Horseshoe South while proceeding with Sulky imperils far too many residents. Public Works' argument that Sulky be rehabilitated because, quote, we have the funds, unquote, is, I believe, a ludicrous argument. That's like saying you guys can all afford a clown suit. Why don't you go out and buy one? It's not that we can afford it. We look at people in our community that are in peril, the number of people that drive on these roads. Is there another way out? Does a person have to drive up Sulky? And all of these things are what we look at, not should we, because we have the money in the bank to do it. We have funds for pothole repair. We have funds for ditch grading and culvert cleanup, all of which the Road Committee has requested that Public Works do this year, none of which Public Works has done. Thank you. Do you have any questions of me?
Yes, ma'am, we may have.
Just a clarification, Ms. Kennedy. The end of Stagecoach South is a dead end.
Correct.
So that means that should something happen in the area around page 2 in the map, or page 3 even, anything in that area around Pommel, those people would remain trapped behind that washout no matter what happened.
Absolutely. There's no way out of that neighborhood. One of the problems that I've seen in my 20 years of living out there is that is a low water crossing, and the school buses do not come into our community. They drop the children off on Highway 4, and the children walk sometimes a mile back into their lots, back there to their home, if their parents can't pick them up. What happens during the rainy season is the parents will often make a perilous decision to drive over and through water that they cannot see the bottom of the road in order to get out and pick up their children. I'll admit parents will take a chance to save a child and get them home, and that happens. And the image of the truck on its side was an example of a father going out to the bus because he had to pick up his children and get them home. And what happens with this low water crossing is the water undermines the pavement, and the pavement becomes like a crust or a shelf, and even if you could see it, it looks okay to drive on. And this is what this truck owner did, and he drove on it, and that's what happened.
So you've identified $1.8 million worth of projects here, of which you feel that project number 1 should be Horseshoe South and Pommel Road, and to have that repaired first. But the point is that there isn't sufficient funds within your reserve account to handle it. Where are we going to derive the money, I think, is a larger question for maybe staff to look at, as to eventually this is going to have to be faced somewhere. If you don't have the funds this year, it might be a situation that we look at finding a reserve account somewhere that we can borrow money from and have the CSA paying it back year over year with interest.
Well, the CSA is used to spending money on Horseshoe Drive every other year, putting rubble, putting cement on the rubble, extending culverts. We have done these things routinely for decades on that road. So we're pretty used to pouring money into material that ends up, I don't know, down to Knight's Ferry. This is Little John Creek. And if you're talking about hazard, when this road tears apart, it goes to another county. So you're imperiling another county with our hazard of serpentine rock, too. That's another issue that I stack up against this sulky peril that Public Works thinks. But anyway, so I would submit to you that our community is used to paying for the repair of Horseshoe, but perhaps paying for it to be fixed right through a loan and then paying back that money incrementally in the future might be a better use of our funds.
But your recommendation for Sulky is to do what is minimally necessary to maintain it, considering there's only one user of that road.
Correct.
And to focus all of the attention possible on the Horseshoe South situation and work that through, because that's not going to be an instant fix either. It's going to require an EIR, it's going to require some time and effort and quite a bit of money involved here, and if it isn't within your accounts to handle it immediately, then we're going to have to find some other solution in the longer term.
I would hope that you would. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question. Doing the math from what was presented here and the number of lots, you pay about $326 a year. Each lot pays about $326 a year for road fee maintenance.
It depends on where you are in the community. If the farther back you are, so it's 300, 325, and 350.
Yeah. Okay. So average about 326
Okay.
or so.
And
so when was the last time there was an increase in those fees?
We tried to do that about 8 years ago. The problem, and the vote failed. The road committee put together a huge demonstration, tried to get more money because we recognize that that's not enough. $62,000 for 18 and a half miles of road is not enough. However, we're at that time, and probably still now, we have about 50% occupancy of those 189 lots. So it's hard to convince somebody that owns a lot and lives in San Francisco that there are roads need to be, that they should be paying better road fees or more road fees.
So you, since 1969, there's never been an increase?
That's correct. Yeah. Actually, I think the CSA, or the county service area was established, but road fees were not put into place until much later. Yeah.
19 what?
About 90 is when.
1990?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I live on 2.1 miles that we maintain, and we pay $375. All of us. There's no, closer to the entrance going back, it's all the same, $375, and it's a struggle right now. We're looking to increase it because we can't maintain at that price the 2.1 mile. I understand the dilemma that you have. Obviously, you because you're involved in it, you realize that there's not enough money there to maintain those 18 miles of road. So even going out alone and going into debt, you're obligating that money for the future for a one-time fix right now, a short-term fix. So you're not going to be able to maintain for a long time because that money is being expelled to pay back a loan for a short-time fix.
Well, I believe we're kind of obligating that money when we don't repair the road because we are going to have to put rubble and cement and we're going to have to repair it year after year after year anyway. So I don't know how to get out of, for the community, not sinking money on this road one way or another.
Ma'am, I'm going to interrupt here just for a quick second. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at the noon hour and we have 2 items left on the agenda. Is there any consensus of the board to continue through the lunch hour and hear these remaining, or a short break and continue, or take an hour and a half lunch? Our board clerk says lunch.
I say lunch too, because we've dragged out one thing for an hour and a half that should have been 15 minutes, so we could drag this out till 5 o'clock.
Okay, all right. Folks, hopefully you can come back after lunch. All right. Our Calaveras County's, or Calaveras School Board representative has a comment.
Thank you. Zerrell McDaniel. Because we have a board meeting this afternoon myself, I'm not going to be able to come back, but I did, is it okay if I just make a comment on item 27?
Ma'am, we're going to have to hear that, unfortunately, at the proper time. We got to finish with this one. County Council, can we pick that up?
I don't think without opening the item formally, it would be
That's
appropriate.
what I was afraid of. I'm sorry.
Could we open the item and then set it aside?
Actually, we could table this item, then
Right.
open that item.
Good.
Right.
Guess what? Yeah.
Tell you what, Darrell, I can meet with you and reflect your comments when the time comes, if you'd like.
I can't come back after.
Yeah, but you can reflect your comments to me, and then I can say your comments. Okay, if you'd like to do that. Otherwise, we can't open it up, but do we have, are we gonna close it again?
Absolutely. I'd rather keep to the agenda schedule. Can that work? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:45. 1:45. Okay.
I could probably answer all those questions because I knew physics.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back to our Board of Supervisors meeting. I believe, Madam Clerk.
So just to reiterate, we are still on item 25 from Public Works to approve the expenditure of approximately $131,400 for the rehabilitation of Sulky Court as a Diamond 20 County Service Area Number 4 project and designate the Director of Public Works to adopt project limits and specifications and solicit bids for construction.
And I believe we heard from the Road Committee. And you were completed with your initial presentation, ma'am?
Yes, I was. We were in the question and answer period, and I was just answering questions from you.
All right. Any questions for the Road Committee? Supervisor Tofinelli.
I just have one other question. Has the road committee solicited bids for this project yourself?
We don't do that. We cannot as a CSA.
So-
That has to be done through Public Works.
So, but you could still go out and get a bid yourself, and he tell you how much it would cost if you did it yourself.
No, we can't do that. I don't understand.
Okay.
Being a CSA, we have been told that we cannot do that in our community, that all work has to be done through the Public Works. And the Public Works sends out RFPs on our behalf.
Okay, but I was just saying you could still ask somebody to give you an estimate. Not saying that you're going to accept their estimate or their bid. You could at least get an estimate from somebody.
Well, we have just had our personal driveway paved, and so we know how much a square foot it costs. It was $157? $157 a square foot for 2 inches of paving, about 9 to 11 feet wide. So that's as close as I can come, but no, we didn't have that particular road looked at. When we first started to be a CSA, we were allowed to spend about $2,000 on various small projects within our community, and within a few years, probably around 2000, that was stopped, and they said no, everything had to go through Public Works. So at that point, we stopped going out and getting bids, other than talking to each other.
Ms. Kennedy, since you are the advisory committee, you know that there's going to be an expenditure for the upper Stagecoach bridge. The next question would be, then you know about what reserve funds that you have. What would be your best recommendation to handling the issue with Sulky, and where would you like to see, how would you like to see us move forward, or have us move forward with Horseshoe South, or what you consider to be more of a priority?
Well, first of all, you brought up Stagecoach Bridge Project, and what Mr. Krovitz told you about the reserve funds was the first time we've ever heard of that. As a matter of fact, we've been told by the chief engineer, Mark Davis, that we would not have to pay anything for the construction of Salty. So we're taken aback by this conflicting information. But then the rest of your question, please, again?
Well, it was, how would you best like to see us proceed with Sulky? Because it's going to need to be encapsulated at some point, but you feel that there's more of a priority with Horseshoe South. The question would be, you know, how would you like us to move forward with Horseshoe South if you feel that's part of your issue? But we really need to settle Sulky today. So what would be your recommendation or your committee's recommendation for the Sulky side of this project?
Well, money-wise, the recommendation would be to obtain the money through some reserve funds and have the community pay it back. We could probably pay back between $20,000 or $30,000 a year on that, so it wouldn't be too much for our community to tackle. If we're looking at actual material used on the road, because we haven't done estimates, I don't know what more reasonable way to handle it there was. Last year, when we were told, like I told you, we estimated that we would finish the job with $48,000. I don't know why it's $131,000. What happened? Did really things go up that way in a year? So we've gone through, and we have the breakdown from the road superintendent on all the materials that he used, and they only amounted to $48,000 more dollars. So it doesn't make any sense to us, the figures. We don't know what to do with it.
Okay, but the goal would be that we still need to encapsulate Sulky no matter what. Does that make sense?
Yes, but when we're talking about hazardous material released to the public, number one, we have more of a public on Horseshoe South, and Sulky is on a slope, and we've got 2 or 3 culverts on there, and the water moves from one side of the road drain under the road to the other, and it washes out on a slope, and it pretty much stays like 50 feet, 100 feet from where it was. And that's Sulky's. When you're talking about horseshoe water, you're talking about all the way down towards Knight's Ferry, filling up ponds and whatnot. So if it's just a hazardous material aspect, again, I say that Horseshoe South is the bigger problem. Yes, they should be both tackled. Absolutely they should. Which one first? The greater good.
Okay, so the shorter term solution and your recommendation would be to just maintain Sulky as best we can for now, but to focus our attention on Horseshoe South and whatever we can do to protect it as best possible for the 17 residences that are in that area.
Well, and for the additional reason is if they don't do something on Horseshoe South and it does blow out, FEMA won't repair it because they're going to look at that roadway that Public Works has not maintained, even though we've asked them to year after year. And FEMA's not going to give us money for a road, to fix a road that we've shown no interest in, and that's what it appears, as if we've shown no interest in keeping the update on the road, and we have. We've asked for upkeep on that road. We've just not got, so for that reason too, I think we had. We're talking about an expenditure that FEMA put into this, an investment in Horseshoe South of $750,000 they gave us to fix it. But they told us, you got to maintain it. Well, they're not going to do it again. I doubt it.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much, and thank you for serving on CSA 4. It's a lot of work, and I appreciate you guys serving as advisory to the board and come up with this. I'm just going to reiterate what Supervisor Mills just said. So the priority is Horseshoe South for the road committee.
Yes.
We have to figure out a long-term issue for Sulky, but you are advisory to the board, And so, we want to listen to what you guys have to say and what you're, can you guys, so your recommendation from the CSA 4 is to not approve this item 25, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you'd go back and work with Public Works and come up with a different proposal?
The only way that I can see approving this plan is if you also approve some way to get us the money to pay for the plan, because we don't have the money.
All right, well, we don't have a lot of money either, so we'll have to work this out. But speaking of money, you haven't increased fees since 1969. Everything else has increased. You said you went through this process 9 years ago, or 8 years ago?
Yeah, 8 years.
What is the requirement to increase your, is it need a vote?
Yes, it is a vote, and I believe it's a simple majority, and we could not achieve that. And like I said, at that time, we had about 50% owner-occupied lots. I think right now it might be up maybe 55, 58% owner. But when you have so many lots where people are just investing in the ground, they're not all that interested in improving the roads to it.
Sure.
So I think that's the hurdle.
Maybe when your board goes back, you have to protect your investments, but maybe when your board goes back and you guys take on this issue again, you can bring us a recommendation on increasing fees as we look at June election.
There is one other...
we could talk about putting it on a ballot for you guys.
That we would be happy to do that again and put that before our community. We certainly... We were on the road committee at that time, and we knew all the procedures to do it and put the documentation together, so we can see doing it that way. I do know of one other way that's in the resolution, how it can be increased, is the Board of Supervisors can actually increase it. It's
we
probably...
can do that unilaterally?
It's in your packet.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. It's probably not something that would make you very popular, especially if you're the supervisor in that area, but you can do it. You can actually say that these are not what they should be and increase it.
You should probably talk with your supervisor.
Already have looked at it. Go ahead.
Sorry, but...
Jack, you done?
I'm done, thank you.
One quick question. How many people on your board, ma'am?
There are supposed to be 5. Right now, just my husband, Bob Toynbee, and myself are the only active members. We have a member in name only that is our 3rd, but it's just my husband and I.
So basically, you don't even have a quorum then. Is that correct?
We have continually asked throughout the community for someone to join us, and nobody has. Because we have 3, my husband and I consider ourselves a quorum, all we can get. We still don't agree on everything just because we're husband and wife, but we do our best.
And that speaks to the danger of a CSA in that if you were to achieve a loan, it isn't like a district where you could encumber the properties as a result of it. It's a whole different bird. So if you're asking for a motion, Chair?
I want to make sure discussion is over with and we have enough information. Is there any further questions from the board, the CSA board? Thank you very much. Any internal discussion on the board? Not internal, but any discussion on the board or staff regarding this? Mr. Krovis, I do have a question for you, sir. Is this the horseshoe road system? Is that on the list of FEMA storm damage?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, that repair can't... Ma'am? Thank you. So basically, those repairs can be funded by our storm claim with FEMA for January. Is that correct?
There is one site on Horseshoe, and there's one site south of 4. We have another damage site south of 4. I have 2 sites in CSA 4 that are on the FEMA list of projects.
And this, we're talking about this
That's storm
location.
damage. That's just storm damage. That doesn't do any road repair. That only repairs the damage done by the storm. So it's basically embankment washout, riprap washout.
And has this condition been emergency repaired? The condition we saw in the photographs, has that been actually repaired as of this date? Do we know?
Let me make sure we're looking at the same photograph.
All right.
Which one did you show me?
The one with the truck in the ditch.
Page 4. Page 4. 4, yeah.
That was some reinforced riprap that was placed to stabilize the embankment when the road overtopped, and it cavitated and washed away. So that, I believe, this is on Horseshoe South? That one is on the list of projects, so that we can replace this using FEMA funds with a 6.25% match.
All right. To your knowledge, is the photograph on top on page 4, that's a different location than what is shown on the bottom photograph? Maybe someone can answer that? The top photograph, is the top photograph and the bottom photograph, is it the same location or basically close to the same location?
It's the same location, but cameras taken 180 degrees from each other.
Okay. That explains it.
And,
All right.
and you perhaps can see why if you turn back to the page where we have the satellite map, why this has been a difficult problem to fix. You notice how the blue line meanders across the road, down, back over the road again, and then coming all the way down and hitting Tug Way. What we didn't show on this map is once that overflow starts, then here at the beginning, the water overtops, but it also then starts going parallel to the road, going across Pummel, and meeting again the creek where there's the blue line. So what happens is that whole intersection begins to disintegrate and deteriorate once we hit one of these very wet weather conditions.
And Mr. Krovis, are these areas included in our FEMA storm damage claims?
No, there's two sites only, the ones of the photograph, and then another one. So I believe that it's one on Horseshoe South and one on Stagecoach. I'm not sure if I've got it recorded on my FEMA project list. I can check, but I have two. But those are discrete sites, Supervisor Oliveira, and I think that what the advisory committee is recommending is a patch throughout the length of Horseshoe, potholing throughout the length of Horseshoe, along with other ancillary maintenance type work. So,
my concern here is have we removed the immediate hazard?
we did a few minor things. The hazard will continue if we get storms similar to what we had in 2017, where we have a series of larger than normal storms that are back to back to back, and we have a saturated soil condition with almost 100% of our rainfall running off. We'll run into this again.
Please stick with me on this. If we have that situation,
yes,
and this damage occurs due to a hazard, is this eligible for emergency repairs?
Yes.
Okay. So if that scenario does occur, we're in a position.
When you say emergency repairs, are you referring to a local state of disaster, a state of disaster, or a federal declaration?
I think
because that all has.
We'll have to determine that.
Yes, that all has to do with who pays for what.
I'm trying to look in the future here in the crystal ball.
Okay, so if it's local disaster declared only, so less than $60,000 in aggregate damage, then yes, it's eligible for emergency repairs, but it will be funded completely out of the county, out of the county's coffer. If I get a state declaration, then it's a 75-25% match. Okay. If it's federally declared and state declared, then it's likely to be 75% on the feds, and then 75% of the remaining 25% on the state, with the remainder to the locals of 6.25%.
But those repairs can be made on an emergency status.
They can be made under an emergency basis.
National, state, or local.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Jeff, unfortunately, this is the first I've heard that these were added to the declaration, so I'm glad to hear it, but I wished I would have been in that conversation earlier. I think that horseshoe is the serious problem here, and I would like to make a motion, if it's acceptable to the chair, that whatever is done on Sulky is to the minimum necessary to maintain the safety of that road, but that the advisory committee, we instruct our staff to work with the advisory committee in developing a priority of Horseshoe South and the Pommel Road area and getting that repair, necessary repair for the safety of the area completed as quickly as possible.
Okay. Does everybody understand the motion? County Council.
Yes, I just, it's come to my attention that there may not have been a quorum for the CSA Advisory Committee in devising this handout that was just distributed. And I don't know if there's somebody from the CSA who can speak to that, but it's just important that everybody understand that there needs to be a Brown Act meeting. It's a 5-member advisory committee, and so there would need to be 3 people who were present at the meeting in order for that to be.
I would like to speak to the quorum issue. Everything that you see in front of you from the handouts has been seen at a community meeting where we've had at least 30 or more residents. Now, while the advisory board may only have 2 or 3 members in name, we do not hold meetings independent of the community. We're voices of the community. And so trying to understand how the Brown Act would occur when you say you don't even have a quorum of 5, that doesn't really make much sense in the reality of the situation. Okay,
so in order to function as a CSA-appointed advisory committee, as a matter of the government code, under state law, there needs to be full Brown Act compliance, which means that if it's a 5-member body, you have to have 3 people at least present in order to make any decision or make any recommendations to send forward to the CSA. So if the committee is having trouble finding a quorum, I'm assuming there might be something in your bylaws. It's been a while since I've had to look at them, but it's not technically under state law. It's not an action of the advisory committee unless you actually have that quorum.
All right, under CSA law, there is no requirement at all to have any advisory committee for a CSA. Under county ordinance 13020, what have you, the Board of Supervisors has established that we will have advisory committees in the CSA, and then it talks to what we can do and what we cannot do. And one of which is we have no authority. And so as a consequence, we as a committee don't vote on anything, nor do we deliberate on anything. But we do communicate with our friends, our neighbors in our community, and then serve as a communications vehicle to Public Works, since they have been delegated responsibility for the CSA. So I have to take exception to when you say you don't have a quorum.
And I'd also like to say that this report, this big report, was requested that we put together a list of road priorities, known priorities in our area. That's all we did, was to try to put a list together because Public Works wanted to develop a road maintenance plan. And so in order to comply with their request, 1 month before the meeting, we presented this document to them so that out of this meeting, we could get a road plan for the next 10 years. We got nothing.
So I don't want to get an argument. I just want to advise the board that, and maybe the board, there's something that the board is able to do, I don't know, to assist the advisory committees to being able to have enough participation to have a quorum, but under the Brown Act, I would advise that this document cannot officially be seen as the recommendation of the CSA unless we know that there was a quorum at the meeting that put this together. So that's just what the Brown Act says. It doesn't count as action, but it certainly can be part of public comment or public participation towards the, to the CSA.
Thank you, Council. We do have a motion on the table. We're not done yet. I'm looking for a second.
I would second that.
Been moved by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor Clapp. Supervisor Mills, would you restate your motion, please?
That the issue of Sulky Court is to work with the advisory committee and establish a minimum safe standard for that road and whatever is done, and to create a priority for Horseshoe South. What, you're typing? I saw you look at your fingers.
Okay.
And in Horseshoe South become the priority, and trying to develop a minimum safe standard for that Horseshoe and Pommel Road area.
Does everybody understand the motion? It's been moved and seconded. We'll have public comment now. Mr. Segala.
I'm really, Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. I'm really amazed at how well this is done. I haven't studied it, but going through it, it's been some really good work done on that. I understand there's two types of ways that the communities can handle roads in the subdivisions. One is a CSA, and I think the other was a CSD. It's a district. It requires a secretary, I think, and it requires board directors, but they can contract out and get the things fixed. As a taxpayer, I'm kind of concerned of paying $131,000 for something that was previously estimated at $48,000. That should be looked into a little bit closer and find out what's happening there. But if the county, bottom line, I agree with the Dennis's motion. It's a good one, but we should not let it end there. I would ask the Director of Public Works to work with the community and see if it can be changed to a community service district where they can handle much more efficiently than having the county be responsible for the roads. The reason for that is the county is not just responsible for their roads; they're responsible for all the roads in the county. And if they use logic, they'll probably seek the areas with most population to handle the chuck holes and everything else. And as they have time available, they would expend that effort to the places with lower population and where less people are affected. I think that would be a criteria they would choose. But in any case, give an example. The Bar 20 Ranches is similar, same developer. It was broken in half. One half at a CSD. They got a bank loan, 5-year bank loan, and they paved the roads, Appaloosa Road. Did a really good job, and that loan's paid off. The other half remained a CSA, and that's Stallion. I don't know if you ever rode up Stallion Road. It's a gravel road all the way to the top, and I think everybody wishes that they could get that paved, but it's probably not going to happen unless they change their form and take more responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? I'll bring it back to the board. Staff?
Yeah, I'd like to say something. I agree with Al on going from CSA to a CSD. I've been trying to do that all year with Rancho because there's so many pluses for it. The cost of us repairing our roads are a fraction of what the county does it for. We can go out for bids on ourselves. I would just like to see my district, my CSA turn into district as fast as we can. I mean, one of the things that LAFCO said is, why haven't you done it before? Those would be my only comments.
Further comments? Supervisor Mills? I have a comment. I'm gravely concerned about any decision we make regarding this particular issue due to County Council's comments. And after hearing public comment from Mr. Segala, where you had a division where one benefited and the other is still trying to benefit, and I'm wondering where we stand legally on this. I have to look down the road as far as not necessarily this instance, but maybe down the road where it happens again in the next 5-10 years. I agree with I agree with Supervisor Mills' motion, but I have a tendency not to vote in favor of it due to the legality of this issue and the quorum issue. I know it may seem like a small issue, but I do believe that that could cause problems down the road, not only for the county, but also for future CSDs or future CSAs.
I want to clarify, the CSA has the authority to make its own decisions about the roads. All I'm trying to point out is that this document, which is handed out, suggesting that it comes from not just one or two members, residents who live in the CSA, but from the advisory commission or the advisory committee, that the board should not consider this document to be a formal decision from the advisory committee because it wasn't a meeting that had a quorum. So the board or the CSA could look at this document as the feelings and thoughts of a couple of residents within the CSA. It's not required to have the advisory committee, to my knowledge. Is that correct? I just want to check with Ms. Everett. My understanding is the advisory committee is not mandatory. Is that correct? Do you know off the top of your head?
I do not know if it is
a mandatory before the CSA
group. What I know is that this board is the CSA
Right.
board, and that the advisory boards are appointed to collectively within their CSA to make recommendations of the things that they see as a need and a priority to the Public Works Department, and then the Public Works Department brings that forward to this board acting as the CSA board.
And I think that the CSA, the extent to which it wants Public Works to bring forward a recommendation of an advisory committee is up to the CSA. I don't think that Public Works by law has to bring it forward. This being said, all I'm advising the CSA board is that this document was not formed at a meeting with a quorum and should not be seen as an official action of the advisory committee. That being said, I think the CSA board has the authority to make its own decisions regarding CSA roads.
And if I could also clarify, since I pulled up the government code relative to this, just to put it to bed on the advisory committees. 13.02.040 says that committees may be formed to advise the county as to the road maintenance or other service needs of each county service area. And then, of course, committee members serve at the pleasure of the board. Appointments shall be made by the Board of Supervisors. Maximum number of members of each advisory committee shall be determined by the supervisor representing the majority of parcels which comprise the county service area. So this is a little more of a unique structure in terms of the membership. It doesn't outline within ordinance how many need to serve on there. And it also specifies under 13.02.020 that County Board of Supervisors, as we know, serves as the governing authority. Board may delegate administration of operations to department heads with appropriate expertise. Department of Public Works is delegated by the board to administer county service areas for road improvement and maintenance.
And Chair, I might defer to page 10 at the bottom where it says prepared by Jeannie Kennedy and Bob Toynbee, members of the CSA4 Advisory Committee, and a date. So it just only gives that it's prepared by, it admits who these advisory members were. And it does not indicate that it was a quorum. It doesn't say in our rules that a quorum is required.
And I'd like to make a point of order. I don't believe we gavelled in as a CSA 4.
You don't have to.
We don't have to, okay.
No, you don't. But just as a note, and I'm sure that council would correct me if I'm misstating, but because the CSA advisory board, just like any other advisory board that is appointed by the Board of Supervisors. Because they are appointed by the Board of Supervisors, they have to adhere to the Brown Act.
I do believe that's
It is
correct.
unspoken. They have to. They are an arm of the Board of Supervisors. So they have to have agendas, they have to have public meetings, they have to post their notices just like you do. So just to clarify.
Thank you.
So we take this information as members of the public at large only, and we do not base our decision then on it as a advisory committee as part of that, and that's what you're saying, and that's your point.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. It should not change the motion or the decision. It's just simply a matter of an understanding of why they're here.
Okay. Everybody understand? Do you understand the motion, Mr. Krovitz? Because I'm just a little confused.
My understanding of the motion is that the CSA, which is the Board of Supervisors, has a motion that Horseshoe is the priority road, and that Public Works is to work with the advisory committee to affect to the level of available funding repairs on that. And if there's any money left over, then look at what is the minimum work that can be done to protect public health on Sulky Court. Would that be fair?
Is that?
Actually, I like how you put it better than I did.
I understood that.
Okay. I'll let you write my verbiage from now on.
If I may, I'd like to clarify a few things that have been discussed, and I think this will help with your decision. Number one, I think that County Council and the board clerk explained very well what the relationship is among us, where the board is the CSA, it is the decision-making body, it is the body that commits to public contracts and improvements and to the expenditure of these funds. That Public Works is your extension arm, your technical experts, and when it comes to the roads and bridges staff, your maintenance staff as well. And that when you look to your advisory board, those are your local advisors. They live there, they know these roads like the back of their hands because they're out there every day. And they serve Public Works as the eyes and the ears of these roads. So that relationship is really important. The second thing that I think needs to be stated and is really important is that there's a fundamental difference between maintenance and operations of roads and capital improvement projects. And the way these CSAs have been set up and have funded covers or attempts to cover maintenance and operations. If you don't continue to accelerate the income or the revenue for that work, as the work gets more expensive as time goes on, you're going to lose. So every day, your roads are going to wear out faster than you have the ability to repair them. And after 15, 20, 25 years, depending upon the loads and the demands on these roads, you have to come back with capital projects, large capital projects, and there has to be a methodology for funding those. And there currently isn't. And that's not just with CSA 4, it's with all of the CSAs that we together maintain. I also wanted to clarify that when the road superintendent provided the bid to the CSA on Sulky Court, it was to pave half of Sulky Court, not all of Sulky Court. And that estimate for the pavement was $64,000, I believe. Grade, ditch, hammer, culverts, installed culverts, paved half this year with a $64,000 estimate. The culverts have been installed, the ditches have been graded, and base rock was placed and compacted in expectation of paving. Now, as the winter goes along, we're going to lose some of that, and we're going to have to freshen that up again. My recommendation for $131,000 was to pave the entire length. Does the entire length need to be paved? No, there's a section on the bottom that is certainly a little sturdier. Is paving the only solution up there? It's the best solution if we don't want to have to go back out there every 3 to 5 years and do more work and throw more money at it. Because that happens to be there's a very steep section. It exceeds 8%, I believe. 8%. You've got a high side ditch, you've got a low side ditch. We have several crossings. We've added more culvert crossings to relieve some of the scouring of this. So the steepest portion really needs pavement. It needs some sort of a rigid pavement. Now, are there less expensive rigid pavements? Maybe. But I'm looking at what's best for not only the 18 and a half miles of CSA 4, but for the other 690 miles of the rest of the county. And going back and doing repeated maintenance on a high-frequency return basis is not the best way to do maintenance from our perspective. And so this is really an issue of dollars and money, and there's not enough to go around to do the work that we need to do. That's truly the issue here. Do we have a health hazard? Yes, we have a health hazard. But the health hazard is an airborne health hazard that is going to be prominent during the dry months of the year, where the base rock is crushed, the serpentine is crushed, and the asbestos fragments go airborne, where there's a possibility of inhalation. This is not a water quality issue. It's not a water pollution issue. It is a airborne pollutant issue. And so we have until next spring to solve it, one way or the other. In terms of Public Works' ability to stay up with the CSAs, we do the best that we can. Last winter blessed us with over 10,000 potholes, of which several hundred of them were in CSA. We've hit a lot of them. My guess to date is maybe 6,000 to 7,000 we've hit countywide. Have we hit all of them? No, we haven't hit them all. Will we? Eventually we will. So my suggestion here is, rather than look at this picture and say, well, we'll put all of our money on Horseshoe and we'll put just the minimum amount on Sulky, that's not the recommendation that Public Works, as your expert, would support. I would support that we pave the steepest portion of Sulky Court. We look for a cheaper alternative for the flatter portions to encapsulate the asbestos, and whatever we have left, we throw out on Horseshoe Bar. That hasn't already been previously committed to the match for the Stagecoach project next year. But that would be my recommendation. So finally, the last thing that I want to say is that the Stagecoach Bridge replacement is a highway bridge program replacement project. It is funded jointly by Federal Highway Administration, Caltrans, with a local match. The local match in this case is made up of the CSA, by the CSA, and that's 6.25%. That's the $60,000. Now, we fixed that. Regardless of what the bridge is going to cost, we fixed that match for the subdivision. We have the bridge approved. We have the documents done. We have the right-of-way purchased. We know what our costs are going to be. I don't think it's going to use all of the $60,000 for their match. It's an 11.47% match. So I think all in all, we're doing the best that we can. Do we need to raise the road maintenance fees out there? Absolutely. How we go about doing that, that's a question that you were elected to answer. How do we fix this road and protect public health and safety? I think we pave, we encapsulate, we do what we can on Sulky, and we get the potholes fixed. Okay? At the same time, we pursue replacing these bridges. At the same time, we pursue repairing the storm-damaged roads as quickly as we can, which we know is not quick. So, questions on that?
Questions of Mr. Probus. Supervisor Mills?
Well, I understand the priorities, but I also understand the seriousness of that lower Horseshoe area. And everybody's going to have priorities, no matter what. If the people who live out there realize that there is only one home that's up there on that upper end, and it's been maintained to a certain level now for several years, that it's really not the critical spot. The critical spot is, trapping in those 17 homes that are there on that lower Horseshoe area. So whatever work we do to ensure that we can allow them a safe evacuation, if that's what's necessary, to me seems to be more of a priority than anything else at this point, knowing what's happened last year and what's happened in major storm events in previous years. So I will stick with the motion for now, and then we can come back at a future point and maybe discuss the CSA fee structures from a staff level, and not just CSA 4, but look at all of them, and look at this in a holistic approach as to how we're dealing with the CSAs, and maybe we may want to take a different tact. But for right now, the priority seems to be Horseshoe South and doing whatever we can to ensure the safety of those residents.
Supervisor Mills, Public Works takes our direction from the majority of this CSA, this board.
Further comments? Supervisor Tofinelli?
The motion that was presented had to do with the CSA committee members meeting with Public Works. Then that brings up a question of Diane. Are there 5 members listed? There are 3, so there is a quorum of 3. If they all attend the meeting. So in order for that to happen, you need all 3 there to go through and agree on any recommendations being brought to this board.
That's correct.
Just so it's clear, it can't be just 2 people going out with Public Works. It needs all 3 for a quorum to come back here and present what they've came up with.
And if there's any other members of that area that want to be on that committee, we're certainly more than willing to accept them so that you're ensured that you have a quorum in these meetings.
And then to make it easier, if there was just even one meeting with a quorum, possibly a delegate could be appointed who could meet with certain board members, and that would make it easier too.
Thank you.
I do have a comment. Mr. Krobus? No, you can have a seat, sir. I count on you educating me left and right, bringing me back up to speed. And Supervisor Mills, I was in pretty much of agreement until he said the magic word. That's serpentine, asbestos, airborne. I have been involved in that in my prior life professions, involved in all the way through remediation and going through lawsuits. And that's a big red flag for me. That's a huge red flag, folks. Once again, I agree with Supervisor Mills, and I agree with the CSA. But the serpentine hazard problem is priority. I wouldn't support the motion as stated, solely on that fact. So, any further comments? Seeing none, public comments is over. I'd entertain a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed indicate by saying no. No. Motion carries 4-1. Let Madam Clerk catch up there a little bit.
Item 26 is from Public Works to adopt a resolution of intent to change the name of 2 county-maintained roads and set a date for a public hearing.
Good afternoon, Robert Packinger, Public Works.
Good afternoon, Robert.
This item is the first item of a 2-step process. The first step is the notice of intent. This starts the notification process. We'll let homeowners along these roads know the intent, and as part of that notification, we'll let them know when the public hearing will be held. It's supposed to be September 5th here at the board, where the actual action of making the changes takes place. The 2 roads that we're considering having their names rectified or clarified or set in stone somehow, Dam Road, Old Powerhouse Road up in the Murphys area, and a portion of Manuel Road south of State Route 49 up in the Arnold area. The first item, Old Powerhouse Road, we tried to make a change on that name, I'd say about 3 years ago. We had gone through the process, and there was a notice of intent to make that road Old Powerhouse Road. One of the residents on that road came before the board at the time with a petition, and he wished that road to actually be called Dam Road. The petition had the signatures of the other people along that road, and they agreed to that name, Dam Road, and at that time we suspended the process for naming that one road. There were other items that we worked on during that board meeting. And when I say Dam Road, it's D-A-M Road. No.
No,
So,
is it Dan or Dam?
Dam, D-A-M.
M, okay. Just want to be clear.
So the next part is Manuel Road. There's a little piece of Manuel Road that's over south of State Route 4, and we want clarity in regards to sending first responders or anybody in that direction. They know where to go. We propose that the change be Old Firehouse Road. Okay?
Any questions of Mr. Packinger? Madam Clerk?
Just to clarify, Robert, you said that this would be set for public hearing on September 5th. You meant December 5th, correct? Next month?
Yes, December 5th.
Okay.
I've lost my pronouns way
That's
back
okay.
when. Now I'm losing my months.
So it's December 5th.
December 5th, I was
December
going to
5th.
say. A little late, but September. Further questions of Mr. Packinger? Supervisor Mills?
Oh, my problem.
I'm sorry. All right, any public comment?
I hope he can remember his wife's birthday. Yeah, our anniversary. I'm wondering if this road, proposed to be the Dam Road, would have a lot of potholes in it. Now, if that were the case, it would be the Dam Road.
Thank you, Mrs. Segala. Any further public comment? So we're actually considering naming it Dam Road. All right. And changing manual to Firehouse.
Yes.
Old Firehouse.
Old Firehouse.
Okay. Any comments by the board? I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Have public comments been held? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Thank you.
I knew that was coming. Couldn't hold it in, I hear.
Item 27 is from the Planning Department to adopt a resolution approving the mitigated negative declaration and the San Andreas State Route 49 Commercial Gateway and Corridor Study.
Mr. Mauer, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you need 5 minutes to set
Why don't
up?
we take 5 minutes to get
All right, we'll take a break for 10 minutes. Okay, before we get started, it's probably all over the news, but this morning there was a school shooting in Tehama County in Corning. I think the board would join me, and there's 5 fatalities, I understand, with multiple injuries, so let's keep their thoughts in our hearts. Madam Clerk.
So to reiterate, we are on item 27 for the Planning Department to adopt a resolution approving the mitigated negative declaration and the San Andreas State Route 49 Commercial Gateway and Corridor Study.
Mr. Mauer.
Good afternoon, Peter Mauer, Planning Director, and we actually get to do something other than cannabis today. I'm really excited about that. With me today is Amber Collins from the Calaveras Council of Government and Marty Inoue from Omni Means. I get my consultants all mixed up. This is a study. It was initiated several years ago when we had some proposed development on the south side of San Andreas out by the old airport. And access to that property has always been sort of a challenge. You've got the state highway, passing lanes, lots of different properties. And so we looked initially at trying to figure out how we could develop a circulation plan for that area. So I guess I'll talk closer to it. Develop a plan for circulation for that specific area. There wasn't really any funding available for it until the COG applied for a grant from Caltrans, and through one of the grant programs that they have, we're able to secure the money to do the study. In order to qualify for that, we expanded the study a little bit to look at the full range of circulation, transportation through the whole town of San Andreas. And San Andreas is interesting, although not necessarily unique to communities in our county, in that the state highway is Main Street. And so you've got this conflict between the through traffic that wants to get through town as quickly as possible to get, from point A to point B, and all the internal traffic that we have. And so that was really the basis of the study, is how do we look at a program to develop the south end of town to allow for future commercial and residential development in that area that's been planned for in our general plan for a number of years, as well as fix some long outstanding problems within the existing part of the community where you've got pedestrian, cross traffic, and through traffic conflicts. And so coordination with the COG, with Caltrans, with our consultants, we have developed this plan. We had a number of meetings. We had 3 separate committee advisory committees. We had the property owners in the south part of town that were specifically looking at that area. We had a stakeholders committee, just 2 or 3 of them, and an advisory committee. So advisory committee and the property owners. So a lot of meetings with them to work through the process. We also held a number of community-wide meetings, as well as 2 meetings before the Planning Commission. The first one last August was sort of an informational meeting, and then the most recent one was when we completed the environmental review, and they made their recommendation to you to adopt the mitigated native declaration and the plan as prepared by Omni Means. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Marty to run you through the planning process and what the plan entails. And so I'll turn it over to Marty.
Thank you, Peter. I was the project manager from Omni Means for the San Andreas State Route 49 Commercial Gateway Study. But before I get started in talking about the study, I really want to thank Peter Maurer and Amber Collins, Kevin, and the representatives from the county, Jeff Provis. Excellent people to work with and interact with, and I really want to appreciate each of them, as well as your community itself. They're excellent in terms of how they participate. They're proactive, they're interested, and they gave great input. As far as a study area, we looked at the south area, as Peter described. It's identified by the boundary on the south end of town. And in addition to the southern gateway area, we looked at the entire East St. Charles Street corridor, as well as which is Highway 49 and Mountain Ranch Road. Project goals were very straightforward: find an access and circulation plan to support the Southern Gateway area. Develop a multimodal corridor plan, looking at complete streets and bikeways and pedestrian connections through East St. Charles Street, throughout San Andreas, as well as on Mountain Ranch Road. And then balance the competing highway and local access needs. It's a very important issue that we'll be talking about through this presentation. The technical studies were married with the community outreach that Peter talked about. Through our technical process, we worked through developing a complete evaluation of existing conditions. We then looked at alternatives for improvements to the corridors and to the south area, as well as developing recommendations, which I will share with you. But married to that technical process was this interaction. We needed the community's input, and they were excellent. As Peter shared, we met with 2 different advisory committees as well as the community at large. They provided input each time. It was valuable. Highlights of the community surveys were very clear and straightforward. We want sidewalks on St. Charles Street. We want crosswalks. We want to be able to walk and enjoy our street as it is, and we need connection. Calm the traffic, slow the traffic down, and provide bike lanes. In addition to looking at East St. Charles Street, they wanted complementary commercial development in the South Gateway area. So it wasn't just, hey, do whatever you want down there. We want something down there that complements our town as it is and meeting our local needs for commercial activity. And then help us and improve the aesthetics of our whole town in terms of looking at gateway monumentation for entering into town, as well as landscaping throughout the corridor. So we took our charge from the community of what they wanted to see in terms of improvements along the corridor. We did our traffic operations. We looked at the collision and safety analysis that we prepared and found out what kind of safety record the corridor has. And then we looked at the actual issue of where are the disconnected sidewalks? Are there bike lanes? Other things like that as a part of our technical analysis. And then we addressed other community concerns, including the issue of what's the market potential of the Southern Gateway area. And we actually had a market study prepared for that area. By putting location on some of these more general issues, we did find that there were issues on the north end from Pool Station going through each of the areas and looking at the lack of sidewalks, as well as the congestion at the key intersections throughout the corridor in this north area. Sorry, not moving on. As well as in the southern portion of the corridor around Mountain Ranch Road, and looking at where the sidewalks were, where they weren't, what improvements are needed in that area. We developed 6 findings. Finding 1, regional through traffic and trucks have priority use of St. Charles Street. Through traffic does not have to stop in downtown, through town. Time delay studies indicate, in which I conducted myself, about a little over 4 minutes to get through town. That's all the way from 12 and 49 all the way up to Buckskin Way. That's about it's a little over 2-mile stretch, and that's an average of 30 to 32 miles per hour. The speed limit is the only limiting factor on travel speed. Finding 2, local access to St. Charles Street will be congested and will have safety concerns if not corrected. Important fact, collision history indicates this corridor collision factors are 1.5 to 2.5 times the statewide average. There's an accident history and a problem along Highway 49. Finding 3, marrying the finding 1 and 2, a balance between facilitating regional through traffic and serving local access and circulation needs to be identified. So we started looking at where the congestion was, and we found that signals or roundabouts need to be installed at the following intersections on Highway 49 to correct 4 levels of service. We found it at Pool Station, High School Street, Court Street, Adams Street, which is across from one another, Treat Avenue, Mountain Ranch Road, and Airport Road. We concluded that with intersection control, traffic can be slowed or calmed, and traffic safety can be improved. If we look at improving the local access needs, that's your residence of trying to get on and off of Highway 49. Obviously, because it is 49, we do need to work with Caltrans for any change in intersection control along that corridor. Finding 4, to enhance overall mobility, disconnected pedestrian and bicycle facilities need to be connected along 49 and throughout the town with maintained sidewalks and roadway surfaces. Poor condition of existing sidewalks and roadways need to be corrected along not only Highway 49, but Mountain Ranch Road and throughout the town. It was interesting that the community said, we'd love to get out of our cars. We'd love to walk from one location to another, as well as to actually ride a bike. But it's not safe, and we need to figure out to make your streets safer through this area. Finding 5, to foster growth in the southern gateway area, access and circulation improvements need to be planned and have funding assistance. We found that through our southern gateway planning area, it's a larger area than what the market study growth potential identified. And what the study indicated was that it has a potential in the southern gateway area, 220 homes, 66,000 square feet of commercial development, and 30,000 square feet of industrial development. With funding assistance for the recommended circulation improvements, we think that those numbers can be greater if those circulation improvements can be installed. Also, as I will show in a separate diagram, to facilitate emergency response, we think the Southern Gateway roadway connections not only need to serve and connect to Highway 49, but also extend all the way between Pool Station all the way up to Mountain Ranch Road. So we have a separate east-west connector for emergency response. In addition to looking at growth of the Southern Gateway area, it was very important to the community to say that, hey, we'd love to have something down there, but balance it with the rest of the town to maintain our hometown character and the health of our existing community. They were very concerned that whatever we do down there don't jeopardize the vitality of the downtown and of the existing community. So we developed these recommendations. St. Charles Street, create a northern gateway roundabout at Pool Station. That's starting in the north area, it will provide a sense of arrival into your community, as well as slowing traffic down as you enter into the town from the north. And then in the middle of the city, create a town center node at Main Street and Churchill Road, providing an invitation at Main Street to historic San Andreas at the center of town. And then from the south, create a Southern Gateway roundabout at Airport Road. So when you're coming up from the south, you see the roundabout, you slow, and you enter into the community, and you know you're entering into something different and special than just a rural highway. Then in between, add warranted signals to provide safer local access, and add bike lanes and sidewalks and bulb outs to enhance mobility along the entire length of St. Charles Street. I also talk about the Southern Gateway plan, and I'll have a separate picture of that as well as some of these other pictures. But I do want to touch on Mountain Ranch Road, and I'm turning to Jeff a little, because you have already funded and are moving forward with improvements to Mountain Ranch Road. We're making sure that our plan is consistent with the plans of the counties already for the improvements, both the bike lanes and the sidewalks along Mountain Ranch Road and that portion of the corridor. So this is what it looks like. So we start from the north at Pool Station, all the way to the south at Airport Road, with strategically located signalized intersections that can keep the traffic calm along Highway 49, meaning slowed, and then also provide local access, which is the residents wanting to get on at the high school, get on and off the 49 and Mountain Ranch Road, and then in the future at Treat, and also in the downtown area right around Churchill and Main Street. We want to provide that kind of safe access. Except at Treat Road, all those signalized intersections meet Caltrans signal warrants, so you could actually construct those today. in addition to the actual physical improvements to address the vehicular traffic, we also looked at multimodal improvements that considered pedestrian and bicycle improvements along the entire corridor of St. Charles Street. What the new term for that is creating a complete street, where we have bike lanes and continuous sidewalks and strategically located crosswalks, maybe bulb outs, and other types of improvements that enhance the overall look and character of your St. Charles Street. Those improvements will be coordinated with the improvements that are going to be going on Mountain Range Road. We were able to develop a few renderings, if you look, of what a downtown center node would be. We call it Main Street Promenade, where there are the bulb outs and the crosswalks and the median that can make that area punch out when you're driving up and down St. Charles Street. You can see it. You know, there's something special there, and it draws attention to your historic Main Street. I'm sorry. Okay. This is the Southern Gateway circulation plan that is referred to. In the green, that's the roundabout at Airport Road. But the importance is not only that it's not only is a needed improvement to provide access to that area, that also solves a safety problem. In 2013, you had a fatality in that area right around Angels Road. That addresses that kind of issue. But you can see the connection from Pool Station around George Reed Road to the far left or south, all the way up to Mountain Ranch Road. We think that that's an important circulation route for access and emergency response for the San Andreas community in the future as that area grows. Then a concept of what a roundabout might look like as you enter into town from the south. That's largely the study, but to get to adopting the study, you need a supporting environmental document. And that's, we have, in addition to the large document that we prepared, there's a mitigated negative declaration that's been prepared that environmentally clears this study. And then on August 10th of this year, the Planning Commission, we went through a similar review with the Planning Commission, and they recommended from their process to you, the Board of Supervisors, to certify the M&D and approve the study. Lastly, I want to say that in moving forward with that opens the door for a lot of opportunity to find other funding opportunities. It's a base document. This is not the end of the process of a report appearing on a shelf. It's the next step that says, okay, here's the background information from which we now can apply for funding through the Active Transportation Planning Grant Program, ATP, from the HSIP program, which is the Highway Safety Improvement Program. You heard of the kind of accidents that you have. You heard of the kind of multimodal improvements you want. These are really good projects that can be funded through each of those programs as well as other funding sources. So this is just a step in the process, and that we think it's an important step. I hope you find, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I hope you move to approve this so we can move to the next steps. We'd love to be a part of your next steps and actually constructing the improvements that we described. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Very good presentation. Who'd like to go first? Supervisor Mills.
Thank you for your presentation. Considering the effort that's being put forward on roundabouts in various locations throughout the state, and coupling them with traffic signals, I know Caltrans in the past has been very negative to the traffic signal concept. And to put that many of them in one particular location, do you feel that they might push back on that?
Well, Caltrans has been involved in this. They've been a partner in this whole program. There was a study that was prepared a number of years ago that I think proposed 9 roundabouts through town. And that was something that Caltrans was not directly involved in, and they had pushback on that. But Caltrans staff has been involved in every step of this process. We've actually met at Caltrans office at least one time. They've been involved in all of the community meetings, and they are fully supportive of this plan.
Okay. The reason I say that is I know in Angels Camp, the number of discussions around traffic signals has been pretty heated at best. So to see that many in one town, as long as they're engaged in the process and understanding what you're trying to accomplish.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Further comments? I have a couple of questions. It's a well-known fact in traffic engineering, roundabouts are safer when applied in this type of situation. I understand that's the way traffic engineering is going, especially in California. A question I have is the impact on the parking availability. Roundabouts take away some of that parking, but I think with the widening and as projected, has that been considered?
Yes, well, again, the roundabouts are only at the two ends of, there's nothing in the middle.
I understand.
So that won't, and so right now, there's no parking there, so it won't be taking away from any parking. They do take up more space than a signalized intersection. But those are the two locations we felt, and the traffic engineers felt that it was most appropriate due to topography and the type of traffic that we'd be getting at that. And it does create a slowing effect compared. I mean, if you're traveling, down the hill from the old airport into town, and if it were a green light there, you would just keep on going at 55, and that's what we see happening in town right now. But with the roundabout, you're actually physically forced to slow down, and so it creates that transition into the community where you're physically forced to slow down, and then you maintain that speed throughout until you get to the edge, and then you can pick up your speed again. Instead, as it is, that 50-mile-an-hour zone keeps sort of pushing in to the 30-mile-an-hour zone that only you slow down if there's someone that's slower in front of you, the way it is right now.
Thank you.
Or a CHP officer sitting beside the road.
That's correct.
The one roundabout down by Airport Road, down by the old airport, actually it's providing access to parking. When there was some talk of development there, Caltrans was insisting that they improve and widen that because there is a passing lane there and there's a left-hand turn lane there, and so it didn't provide any access into that development. This way, it's providing a direct access into and access to parking.
Excellent.
There, so.
One of the challenges we've faced out there has been, for anyone to go in, they were going to be responsible for a huge cost associated with putting in a left turn lane and figuring out how to deal with the passing lane issues. Here, we now have a plan. We can prorate those costs, and it can be more adequately or appropriately shared and distributed between subsequent development, looking at the long term of what we're going to need to make that work as it builds out in the future.
Okay. In regards to roundabouts, the bike lanes, as they continue on through Highway 49, we factored in the fact that we have a bike lane and a roundabout, and that's a common practice?
Common practice.
Okay.
We deal with it all the time. It's part of basically a complete Main Street package of looking at different improvements. We want to get people out of their cars, essentially, and by slowing the traffic and moving the vehicles slower along with the bicycles, that's a normal practice. And we have two levels that of cyclists that we deal with: the ones that are, expert or good cyclists. They will move with the traffic, but we also provide for the more novice where they can get off their cycles and act more like a pedestrian through the intersections. And this is a practice all over, and we are probably one of the foremost roundabout design engineers, not only in the state, but in western United States, for sure.
And my final question, and I'm going to get selfish. Have you considered lighted crosswalks, motion activated? And you may have seen these recently in large municipalities where it's actually a lighted crosswalk itself. Flashes yellow with a flashing yellow light. And the reason I bring this up is because 49 is a state highway, and I find those very effective in slowing traffic down even better. And I know they are expensive, but that's something that I think is really, really important when it comes to auto pedestrian collisions.
Yes, right now, there may be one potential application, maybe towards Russell Road, but other than that, all the major crosswalks that we have are associated with either the roundabouts at both ends of the study area or at the signalized intersections. So we were very strategic in terms of where we located the signalized intersections and made sure that they had the kind of pedestrian capability to cross pedestrians safely. The only location is right actually at that at Main Street and Churchill. That the light, those opportunities for that other location, we may look at those kinds of options, but we're trying to we'll find the best solution to how to light and make aware the crossing of the location that I showed you on our exhibit.
And this is sort of the maybe 5,000-foot level planning document. We still have to get into the nitty-gritty as we look for funding and design the actual improvements themselves, coordinate with the state, coordinate with local utilities to make sure that all works, and those kinds of detailed improvements will follow the adoption of this plan.
Funny you mentioned funding. I think this gentleman wants to...
I'll let Amber Collins talk about funding. But Kevin Schroeder, Caltrans, so I am in the room listening, and we have been through this process with Peter and Amber and Omni Means through the whole process for 2 years it's now been. Talking about your question about the lights in the pavement, Caltrans has a little bit of concern about those kind of things because when we come through with maintenance, restriping, those are normally with higher speeds, they pop out, and then none of the entire string doesn't work. So there's a lot more maintenance that goes involved with that. So we try to stay away from that unless it's a very heavy used area. But at this point, that's further engineering down the road. There was a discussion about how is there any concern with Caltrans having the 2 roundabouts and all the signal intersections. The county still has to come to Caltrans and say, we want to look at this intersection, High School Street, and additional studies have to be done, additional engineering, and to make sure that it actually comes in and it's useful. It's just not, let's put in a signal. So there is future studies after this, but we've looked at the locations. We agree that those are potential for the distance between the signals and other factors that play in. So we are on board about that. So there's still future studies down the road, but if you have any other questions about Caltrans, I am here to listen. Just want to let you know.
Thank you. That addressed it. Further questions? Public comment?
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. This is very well laid out. I'm not sure that roundabouts are old people friendly. There's a roundabout in the Lodi area, and every time I go on it, I get confused. And I would be confused if the road was just going straight. Now, there's a lot of concern about calming people down and calming traffic. Sometimes traffic doesn't want to be calmed. And what do you do about those people? Well, the possible solution is a bypass. Bypasses are good because the people that want to travel quicker, like maybe they're going from Sonora to Sacramento using Highway 49, if they had a bypass, they could avoid being calmed down too much. And if you had a bypass that allowed for efficient transportation, it'd be more conducive for the downtown San Andreas to really be a downtown. You could even do diagonal parking. You can do a lot of things if it's not really a state route. Just thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scala. Further public comment?
Sorry. No, go ahead.
Ms. Topol, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Kathy Topol, Common Ground Senior Services. I'm going to talk on a couple different things. First of all, as a driver in San Andreas. I work in San Andreas. We have an office in San Andreas. And coming out of our driveway, and I've brought this to attention to a few people, and nobody seems to do anything about it, we're right next to Rolling Dough Pizza. If you know that driveway next to El Dorado, it's not the El Dorado one, it's right up against the pizza place. When you come out of there, the laundromat is there. 99% of the time I come out of there, there's a large truck. You cannot see to your left, which is the way I go home up Churchill Road. So not only is that an issue, but you've also got to watch for people coming out of the Wells Fargo drive-through. You got to watch for people coming out of Treats. You got to watch people coming out of Treats Street. There's like 5 or 6 different places you have to go right there. Now, let's talk about the kids that run out of the pizza place and run to their cars. Okay, this is an accident waiting to happen. Somebody's going to get hit there. An older adult, you talk about the older adults coming through there. When they come up Church Street Road, you cannot see from the sun blocking you. This is definitely a project. I've reviewed it. I think it's wonderful. I'd support it, and I would ask you guys to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pope.
Marty Crane. I support this project too. You mentioned that you've been here since the beginning for the last 2 years. Well, this has been going on for many years before that. Not only when San Andreas Mobility Plan, the group in San Andreas got started working on it many years ago, but also a funding through, I believe it was through Medicare, California for Health, to help look at how we would improve the health of our communities and our citizens. One of that was to make sure they don't get run over. One it was to cut down on sugary beverages and get them out walking and stuff. So we have an annual health walk, and we worked with public health. It was incredible. We met 4 different groups, met monthly for several years, and put a big focus on just what we're talking about today. We went on walks with Caltrans and Amber at the COG and identified where we felt there were needs, and we even talked about, are we going to have to put CSI marks on the road to get people's attention? That's how much we dug into it and talked to the schools and everyone. And so I'm not real wild myself about regular stoplights. We now are getting one in Rancho, and the yellow light just makes me think people want to go faster to get there before the light turns red, So I love all of the bulb outs and the different applications that can be applied to slow down the traffic. We started learning about this many years ago when myvalleysprings.com was looking at our Valley Springs community plan, and they brought in people with specific expertise and showed us everything and all the different applications, and I'm sure that a lot of these are going to be in this. So thank you for all your work, and forge ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Yes, I'm older. I don't have any problem driving in San Andreas, but Kathy's absolutely right. There are times when the sun is so blinding that you have no idea. I've almost run over people. It's a frightening thing. So bring on the traffic calming things, because once you slow them down, then
your insurance company is?
Well, when the sun is blinding you,
I'm sorry about that, Marty. Any further public comment?
Well, yeah, in a way. The 2 young ladies that were earlier that had to leave, and I told them that I would convey their message since they weren't going to be here. Zero McDaniel and Donna Shantz.
Start just 3 minutes, please. Go ahead.
When it gets to 2:59, start it over, okay? I'm speaking for 2. They wanted to convey their thanks and gratitude to Melissa Eads and Amber Collins and the COG board for continuing this and keeping it moving forward. They're really thrilled about it. They also want to thank Jeff Krovitz in Public Works for his work involved in this. And they want to thank the board here for our efforts to move this forward today. They're really excited about it. I think it would greatly enhance San Andreas, especially being the government center for aesthetics, and that they feel it would greatly enhance business here in San Andreas, and it would be like just for the community a great step moving forward in San Andreas. So that's their sentiments, and they wish for me to say that. So thank you to especially Melissa and Amber for keeping us going forward.
Excellent.
And those are my sentiments too.
Further comments? I have just one short one. Being a consultant in the accidental reconstruction industry, this is the way to go. As you prepare to go forward this project, take a look at where we are and see where we're going to be, hopefully within the next 3 years. We have to reduce our casualties on our highways and on our roads. And ladies and gentlemen, as you well know, in Calaveras County, we have extraordinary accidents up here. Most of them are on our Highway 4 and Highway 49, but this is a step in the right direction to take care of our welfare here in the county and our pedestrians, our motorists, and our visitors. And I highly, highly recommend this program. I am thoroughly impressed with the work you folks have done. Good job. With that, no more public comment. I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
We can go home.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp, seconded by Supervisor Toffenelli. No more public comment, obviously. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. Madam Clerk, Clyde needs to go home. Yes, we can take 5 minutes.
I know. Yeah, you guys are trying to drag it out for another 30 minutes.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Thank you. I'll start with Supervisor Toffenelli.
I have nothing to report.
Then we're going to switch over to Supervisor Clapp.
Yeah, I went to the men's health fair at the hospital. It was great. No men showed up. All their wives came, though. I don't know what's wrong with the guys. But had a great lunch. It was very, very good. I will go next time. I encourage all the board to go. They gave me a T-shirt. I was going to show it, but they didn't talk about Alzheimer's or anything, so I forgot it. But anyway, it was an excellent meeting. I encourage everybody to go. The next one they had, it was great. I've actually learned quite a bit from it, and it didn't cost the county anything.
Excellent. Supervisor Mills.
Yeah, attended the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Basin. last week. It's been settled now pretty well what is going to be the total amounts on the cost share. They're looking at $39,789 for 2 years for our East Side GSA, so that would be divided by the 4 entities, so that's $5,000 roughly. We had thought that it was going to be more, and fortunately it's worked out well. The grant application will go forward, and the plan is to have that out for an RFP by February. So as we move that along, we're trying to engage Brian Moss and his 2004 groundwater plan that he had put together here, and trying to get East San Joaquin Basin to also accept that kind of concept as they move into their application. And that's the only meeting I've had to report.
Okay, Supervisor Garamendi?
I have the report.
I'll make this short. Clyde wants to go home. I'm working here. Yesterday, I attended the Governor's Task Force on Tree Mortality in Sacramento, and I stated earlier today that our emergency services, actually our OES director, Will Downs, attended with me. It seems to take some traction as far as our tree mortality program. I'll make a more detailed report out of our local tree mortality program, but some interesting things are there is funding available now. We mentioned earlier that Calaveras County is allotted $679,000 plus for the CDAA funding on removing bark beetle trees from private property. Those have to be actually applied for, and those grants have to be administered. We did have some interaction. PG&E encroachment permits. They are looking at the debris removal. This is regarding the tree mortality once again. And there seems to be some concern whether or not the logs, slash, and bark, very big issue in our drainage ditches. PG&E has changed their procedures somewhat, and they're working with that. And I must say, information was received that PG&E is actually going through a little restructure program. So we're going to be seeing some changes very, very soon in the near future about department heads changing, people responsible for tree mortality, things of that sort. They brought up one thing that was very interesting, that they're looking at, and this is Caltrans, an e-sign program for right of entry. In other words, they can authorize the electronic signature, send an email, instead of getting the hard copy signed in wet ink, if you will. So that's something that Caltrans has been doing, and it's working very well for them. My question is that something the county can do? I know we're going to have some EOW, right of entry, right of ROWs, if you will, ROEs. But the bottom line is, if that's something we can do, we might get better results and get that process moving. Today we attended our board meeting, but in the future, I'm going to be meeting with several community groups. One of them are our church groups this week, and it's for a discussion regarding our next meeting agenda, and that's going to be our marijuana issues. And I've met with 1 or 2 people already, and they've actually recommended that, is there a way that we could have a joint meeting with the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors to discuss that? I don't know if that can happen, but County Council, can we poll the board on that, or do we need to leave that alone?
I'm sorry, can you repeat what it is you want to poll?
I'd like to poll the board, see if they'd entertain a joint meeting with our Planning Commission. I know we did this a couple of years ago on some other issues. On cannabis, on the upcoming cannabis.
I mean, you could poll and direct us to come forward with the joint meeting. I don't know if you want to have that raised as a study session with the Planning Commission first, or whether you guys want to do it.
Well, what I'd like to do is get the feel of the board, if that's even could be possible, and then maybe we could provide direction to how you want to structure that.
I mean, right now, the meeting for the Planning Commission is set for we have a special meeting set for Wednesday, the 29th of November.
No, you won't have enough time.
And so,
I'm sorry, County
So
Clerk?
the 29th, we canceled our Tuesday, the 28th board meeting because many of us will be at CSAC.
Oh, that's correct.
and it was, that was the only day in November we could get everybody on the Planning Commission and myself there at the same time, based on our different schedules. So it wouldn't even be something that I could recommend continuing on to a second day if we had to go on to a second day.
Okay. All right, I understand it. I'll withdraw that request. Thursday, I'll be meeting with our economic development folks, Mountain Mother Lode Job Training in Sonora. And we'll be having actually a continuing technical education board meeting. That's a group that we had a great presentation from our school representative superintendents and Paul DeBartolo. And I'll be spending some time with Mr. Segala at the interview down at our community TV facilities. I'll also be presenting at the Calaveras Board of Realtors installation luncheon, presenting an installation of new officers. I've been requested to appear there, and I find that very, very honored to be asked to do that. With that, I have nothing more. Anything for the good of the order from staff? CO Lutz.
Sure. I just a couple brief updates. Coming up with the CSAC conference, we're taking the opportunity, as long as we're up there, and meeting with Government Financial Solutions to discuss. We had the first meeting of the committee, and really bringing back the county's debt finance committee that was installed a number of years ago, and that includes the treasurer, tax collector, auditor, assessor, myself, to look at options on cash flow. Obviously, at this point, our preference is to manage internally with funds, and I think Government Financial Solutions, bless you, agreed with that approach at this point. But we also want to have plan A, B, and C, and part of that is mapping out with our disaster response what our cash flow looks like. That continues to be our number one area that we look at. We got a remittance late last week for another believe it was, I don't want to misquote what that amount was, 1.6 million that we were getting back from the receivables that were built into the disaster budget this year. So that brings us to about 4 million that we've received of that 5 that was budgeted thus far to shore up from how we closed our financial books last year. Continue to make that a priority to monitor paying both Cal OES and FEMA. The good news, in a sense, is that FEMA, because they're closing their the office that was working with winter storms, and also as ancillary some of the Butte fire stuff, the end of this week in Sacramento, because of their response of moving to fire disaster and hurricane recovery. I think they've been moving some of their lingering payments forward, which is a positive thing at this point. Continue to watch that carefully and monitor it. When we meet with GFS, we also intend to discuss with them options for the TOT increase that we previously discussed. They have one of the things that they've historically done is help with initiatives. They helped us with the jail initiative when we went out in the past to raise the funds to build the jail. So wanted to get their advice for kind of structuring outreach campaigns, education, community engagement, and trying to make that a successful effort.
Thank you, C.O. Just as a point of information, I am attending the Calaveras Visitors Bureau board meetings, and that's one of the issues that we are pretty well engaged with, and I'd like to meet with you at the CSAC meeting, or maybe even shortly after, to brief those folks on what's developed. I'm pretty convinced, folks, that they are totally on board, which I find very satisfying. So hopefully we can make that happen. So if there's nothing further?
I have one.
I would add to that, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I did have the pleasure of attending the Visitors Bureau dinner last week, and they actually discussed with their membership the current direction of looking to increase the TOT. And I think in general it was a good conversation at that dinner. And you owe me because I had to introduce the awards for you.
Sorry for the scheduling on that. I owe you big time, Tim. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
I have one thing.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
So I just wanted to give a reminder that this is our last meeting this month. The board will not be meeting, as we just mentioned earlier, on November 28th. And we will not be meeting on November 21st for the day that we've been setting aside for planning appeals. So the remainder of the meetings that we have for this calendar year is December 5th will be a regular meeting. December 12th will be a regular meeting. And December 19th will be a cannabis planning appeal meeting.
December 19th.
Mm-hmm. So just so you can mark your calendars.
We only had one last time, and it was withdrew.
Yep.
And that's a 9 o'clock meeting?
They are scheduled for 9 o'clock unless there is a closed session that would be scheduled. We've been doing those at 8.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, I think we'll adjourn the meeting. Jack, take care, guys.